Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever you are. It'll be a little bit of a quieter stream today. Got some people at home, so I don't want to disturb them too much, but yeah, today we're gonna try and finish up Lavaridge. And if we manage to do that, that opens up a lot of the world, a lot of encounters as well, and hopefully a bunch of interesting ones. But first, we'll have to finish up the Lavaridge gym. Last time I got past the gauntlet and did like 1 or 2 more battles. I don't remember exactly, but what I do know is there's 3 more battles to go in Lavaridge gym. We are currently at Danielle, who has a team there at the bottom: Sloken, Galar, Golurk, Embor, Blaziken, and Flygon. The Blaziken looks slightly familiar. I have not had time much to prepare for this. Last week has been busy for me. So it's gonna start looking like this for now. Not much I can do about that. That's kind of the nature of the game. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Like I said, I had a pretty busy week and also pretty busy weekend. There was a tournament I hosted like last Saturday. All in all went well, but like it's never perfect, and sometimes that stings, but yeah, all things considered, that went well. Some good feedback, some bad feedback. Yeah. So we have this team here: Sloken, Galar, Golurk, Embor, Flygon, Blaziken. And I think a lot of this is just like baiting the mons in the right order. Especially the Embor looks very hard to combat. The Blaziken too, but less so, because we have at least seen that before. We've seen like a very similar set before. And I think if we can like get the right mons in at the right time, we should be fine. Let's go and take a look at it though. Let me first turn on the auto refreshing coloring thingy. So a very easy one here for the Sloken Galar would be to KO with Torterra, outspeeds, and with a soft sand kills. That's usually what yellow means for me. Yeah, soft sand makes it a kill. It will not bait in Golurk, it will bait in Embor, clicking Flare Blitz every single time though. And that does make that very easy, because we have Kingdra, who can take that Flare Blitz just fine. Same with Gyarados. Gyarados much less so, but Kingdra can easily do it. And just kind of 1v1s. What does that bait in? It doesn't bait in Golurk, so we outspeed and outdamage. Same with Blaziken. It would bait in Flygon, clicking Skill Shot, because that will always see a kill. What would be the best way to combat that? Probably just Mamo, right? Yeah, Ice Shard is a very clean kill if I get him in at the right, like, after 1 Life Orb chip, that just kills. And then Blaziken comes in because that outspeeds and kills with CC. We can switch in. I want to say Gyarados, but I think maybe Masquerain is a slightly better idea. I'm gonna double check, like, oh, 1 speed point. Not that it matters, but yeah. So Masquerain can come in on the CC. Intimidates is meaning the CC stat reduction stick. We will then see Overheat, which I think I could take with Gyarados. Can Gyarados take Overheat into Brave Bird? Not yet. Not really to begin with. Can it potentially be... Oh, it could actually be much... It could also be Overheat that getting clicks. That makes it a bit more scary. I guess Salazzle could come in, but it's not quite like the option you would want. unironically, Talonflame coming in is not a bad shout. We just kind of need to find a pivoting line where, like, maybe Torterra or maybe Dreadnought can come in and finish it off. If it's like, for example, like for Torterra specifically, for example, if you can get him down to like taking out the overheat and have him at -1 or something, and but then you'd need to come in on a CC. But if you do, you can just kind of handle it from there. Potentially. Very much potentially. Let's write things down real quick. So we have Torterra 1v1s, like Okos, first team, Soft Sand, Tort, Kingdra, Mamo. So that's what we know so far. At least that's what's looking the cleanest. So Torterra, Okos, Glowking. In comes Embor, Clicks, Flare Blitz. They have Kingdra. Oh, come on, stop. My mic is poor quality, so sometimes just kind of moves in ways I don't want to. Like, it just kind of starts sagging. Not much I can do about it though. Anyway, Kingdra, and I believe, like, even as long as there's a max dealing, I believe, despite the choice lock, Embor shouldn't ever switch out, right? I believe that is correct. I don't have the Mystic Water yet. I have a Muscle Band though. Does it matter? No, not really. So we're just gonna kind of have to take 2 Flare Blitzes and Kingdra Okos, like 2 AKOs-ish. Is there an alternative on, like, for the Flare Blitz switch in? I mean, Turtonator kind of does the same thing, but he can't really do as much damage back. Same with Dreadnought, but he can deal more back. And with Rock Tomb as chip, I'd only have to take 2 Flare Blitzes as opposed to 3. So Kingdra could also be Dreadnought. If it were to be Dreadnought, though, what would come in instead? Would something else come in? Yes, actually, that would bait in the chicken. Because he would see an outspeed and Oko with a CC. I don't know if that's relevant yet. Let's pursue that, because I think Dreadnought makes for a slightly better choice there, as opposed to Kingdra. Alternatively, Caracosta maybe? But that doesn't really change anything, aside from... Actually, no, that would mean Golor comes in first, which you don't really want to see, right? So... yeah, anyway, let's continue down this path of Dreadnought being the one that comes in. So, pivot, Kingdra, Dread. Stop moving, you annoying thing. How do I stop it from moving? Perils of cheap items. Okay, so if we say pivot Dread, like Tomb plus Liquidation KOs, so we kind of know the HP range we're at. We also know, like, Blaziken comes in, clicks CC. We always know it's CC, whereas with the Kingdra, While the King Dread initially outspeeds, and thus it baits into Flygon, the subsequent line that happens with the Mamo means we don't quite know what move is clicked, so this is kind of not safer, but at least more deterministic. So let's keep this up. So Dread, we click Tomb and Liquidation, and we're at like 60 to 70%. Oh, that is my VC just kind of taking off. Let's see what causes that. Sorry for that. But this is a lot of sound it's making. Surprisingly, it's Firefox mostly. I think I'll just get rid of that, and hopefully that helps a bit. Yeah, well, we'll see. If it shuts down, well, that's a thing. It's warmer now anyway, so I wouldn't be too surprised. Where were we? I kind of forgot. Okay, Blaziken comes in, click CC. That was the last thing I said. Also, I say I can just Rock Tomb into Liquidation, but while it does kill, I would still take 3 Flare Blitzes, so I'm actually more at like 16, so 32, 48, so 52 to what's the lower end of that? 19 half, so 39, so I might as well work with numbers, right? Probably safer to work with numbers. I'd be at like 73 to... Let's see, it's Flare Blitz again, so it's 28. 84, so like 92? 91? 91. 73 to 91 HP remains. It would still be Blaziken that comes in, and even at that HP amount, it's always CC. Okay, that's the main reason I wanted to double check. So CC is always clicked. We can go to like, I mean, we could go to Gyarados, but that would. You can't take like a CC and a Brave Bird, especially if either of them crits. Yeah, I can't guarantee that. So we would probably be going to Masquerain to take that CC, and he cannot take it well, but he can take it well enough. Pivot Mask. White Herb denies Intimidate. And it would see a kill with either Overheat or Brave Bird. So what can take both? Well, that would be Dreadnought again. Pivot Mask, Pivot Dread. And I take, what is it, 41? So there is a small chance. There's a small chance that he would see a kill with Brave Bird or Overheat after. No, not Overheat, but it could be that even Brave Bird said he sees a kill with Overheat. Because that is 90, like 86. If I give a Citrus to Dreadnought, would that fix it? Probably, because I would definitely heal out of that range. I'd get 43 HP back, yeah, definitely, very easily. Do I always get below... No, I don't always get below 50% though. But I would after the Brave Bird. But The thing is, then could he potentially... No, if I either am not in... I would either be in boosted knockoff range, but if I am, then I would heal. Or I wouldn't be in knockoff range, because... Yeah, so... What we do is we bring Citrus Dread. Because Dread can easily take it. And... Plus 43. If below, what is that? 180, so 90, 85. I think 87. 87. Yeah, if below 87 HP. So we can take the CC, we bait CC again. We can go back to Masquerain, bring him down to like -1, -2, -2, but he would be at like +3 at that point. And potentially -2 special attack as well, but that we don't know for sure. He would still click random between Brave Bird and Overheat though. We could go to Costa. At that point, to take the Overheat or the Brave Bird. We could even go to Dread one more time, but then he might overheat me. Because if he clicked Brave Bird both times, I would see that instead. And Costa cannot take the close combat, which is kind of the issue. It would bait another CC though. And even an Overheat crit or Brave Bird crit doesn't change that. So I can pivot Mask, pivot. I think the one thing I should check is like how easy it is to bring in the Mamo as well, but whatever. That's a little bit going ahead of... Then we're going a little bit ahead of time. Be -1, -2, because at -3 defense, I can guarantee kill with Aqua Jet, which would be the easiest. So pivot Mask, pivot Costa, pivot Mask. Mask can take 3 crit CCs, right? No, but there is no way that he would ever click knockoff after the first CC. Is that true? If I have an item... No. So I would always take 2 CC, so I can also Citrus Mask Costa. So I then am guaranteed to see that Mask lifts 3 CCs. So I can go pivot Mask, pivot Costa, pivot Mask, pivot Costa. Aqua Jet kills. Because I would have 3 Mask pivots, meaning I'd have it at -3, Costa can come in, Aqua Jet for kill. That works, yeah. In comes... Golurk. And unless I am like heavily crit over and over, it would be Earthquake every single time if it's not Shadow Punch. Thankfully, Torterra can take both, and the Wood Hammer, like the Wood Hammer recoil would not kill me. As a matter of fact, I could even just kind of stall, make sure that it's not a Wood Hammer kill, but just a Giga Drain kill. Synthesis helps me like stay healthy, and if I get blocked, okay, whatever. Here comes Golurk, pivot Tort. Stall and KO. I just need to look at like above what HP I'd need to be. Because I want to make sure that I don't get hit by Earthquake. And that's really all it is. I need to just not be hit by Earthquake, so I need to stay above 55. Stay above 55 HP. Because Mamo can come in on every single move that Flygon can click. Even the Giga Drain, because Giga Drain will never kill on a crit. And I need to make sure that I don't get burned by Fire Blast. But beyond that, because the Life Orb chip happens after the recovery of Giga Drain, I would always see it being at 90%, thus Ice Shard can kill. Pivot Mamo, Ice Shard kills after Life Orb recoil. I think this works, and I need to give Mamo a Ross as insurance. So let's go over this one more time just in case. But I think this one looks very doable, surprisingly. Okay, so first, Glow King, I outspeed and I KO with Torterra at having a Soft Sand. With the Soft Sand equipped, Earthquake is guaranteed to kill. This baits in, let's go down the line. Golurk is slower but doesn't see is slower and sees it as KO, so it's -1. And Emboar sees a guaranteed kill and therefore clicks Flare Blitz every single time, and it's faster, so it's +5, and it's not higher than that, so it cannot be Blaziken or Flygon, so it will always be Emboar that comes in, and it will always click Flare Blitz. I will be able to go to Dreadnought on that Flare Blitz. Flare Blitz can burn, right? I forgot about that. Does that matter? It might matter. If that matters, is there a better order? Could I, like, use Costa instead for the Emboar, maybe? I think that's, like... I think it's marginal between the two. I also have, like, a free slot remaining. So maybe there's like a better alternative somewhere. Because I do need to make sure that I don't get burned. If I do, I mean, I would not live. I would not survive it. I would survive the 1v1, but I'd be in trouble against the Blaziken instead. That said, though, I think at that point I could have Costa come in a few more times instead, because he can just take everything very well as well, right? He's like basically Caracosta and Dreadnought here are interchangeable in their order, with the exception that Caracosta does need to take the kill against Blaziken because he has Aqua Jet, whereas Dreadnought does not. Yeah, I think it's fine. The one thing I need to be wary of is that I don't get into overheat or knockoff range, but that is very hard for him to do, I think. Yeah, I think that's very hard for him to do. The one thing I could try, I guess, is to bring Kingdra as well, and just have Kingdra do like a Dragon Pulse to chip it down a bit, and then switch to Dreadnought, so he doesn't quite need to do everything. But why would I? What does that make? What difference does that make? Like barely any, right? So yeah. If I do get burnt, how big of an issue is that? That's a bigger issue than being high rolled 3 times, I wager, because then, yeah, I think I'd better give Dread a Rost, because as long as the first one, like, as long as I get burned twice, I think that's a smaller chance than, like, 3 high rolls. Like, a bigger chance that I need to account for than the 3 high rolls being an issue. Because if I do get burned, I'd need a fair few extra turns, probably. Probably need to, like, Rock Tomb twice into Liquidation. Maybe even Liquidation twice. Whereas, otherwise, I wouldn't need to do that per se. Yeah, I think this is safer. I think this is ever so slightly safer. And if I do get burned, well... yeah, that's annoying. Not much we can do. But I think I should stay out of Bravebird range most of the time. Or Overheat range, rather, and Knockoff range. If that does happen, though... what's the best way to combat that? Wait, why is this guy there? Bye. I guess Torkoal would then be the best way to kind of take whatever happens and guarantee a CC or an Overheat. It would still potentially be Overheat though, but I can protect, stall out a few turns. Actually doesn't... Turtonator does that job better. It might bait Bravebird instead though, if I get CC'd. I think I'll bring that then. Not to mention, I could, if it happens, I could switch in Turtonator early. No, the idea I had with the Flare Blitz taking with Kingdra, I could instead do with Turtonator then. Just like have him Dragon Pulse once, Flamethrower once, maybe do a few Rapid Spins to make sure that Blaziken comes in as opposed to Golurk, right? I'd probably be in range of a CC, so I'd probably, after 2 Rapid Spins, I would guarantee bait Blaziken still. But it's, like, at that point, probably clicking maybe CC or Bravebird, which, yeah. But it is a backup. I'll bring it as backup. I'll probably... I don't even know what to give it, though. I'll see as it goes if I need to do, like, adjust ever so slightly, but probably I won't need to anyway. We will see, though. But I think we're ready for the first fight already, which... this went a lot quicker than I expected. That's good. That's good. The more we can get done, the better. I don't need to see the encounter table quite yet. Let's get the team. So the team would be, let's see... I said it was Grant. I said it would be, where is it? Wake. I need Kiawe. And who am I missing still? Mamo. So Candace. And that's everyone. Let's grab the items. Okay, sorry about that a little bit. Yeah, just had my wife come in, so I wanted to make sure that she doesn't like to be heard, so I just turned it off the mic real quick. That was the wrong item on the wrong mon. Let's give it to Wake instead. A Raspberry. Mama didn't need anything. Viola, I would give Citrus. And Grant didn't really need anything either. I say that, but would it be easier if I could give it a muscle band? Would that make the... No, it wouldn't. No, that doesn't make a difference. So we're just gonna keep it like this, and we don't really need to hand anyone any other items. We will need to level everyone up, though. And in hindsight, I do notice that I shouldn't have leveled up Grant. Probably, but whatever. Wake learning Stone Edge. It's nice to have to get some different baits, I guess. But the same goes for body press. And I am kind of lacking in fighting damage, mostly because of the fact that I lost all my fighting types, of course. I still think it's worth. I think I'm still getting Stone Edge over body press, though. There we go. And he's going to 57. In the same vein, Candace goes to 57 and gets nothing. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's get to the fight. And I need to make sure that I know where that fight is before I just kind of get to the wrong place, of course. This is where that gauntlet was. Then we go up here. And that's the way back. This is the way forward. And I think that's the guy I need to fight next. I don't quite know for sure. I don't think so, actually, because it's a battle girl that I should be fighting. But I'm gonna wait here, because I think she's in there instead. So, the idea here is that Kiawe is our backup. Ramos takes out the Low King. Embor comes in, we switch to Wake. Or to Kiawe. There may be like some discrepancy there, we'll see as it goes. We basically need to take the kill with Wake, and preferably Wake healthy. Then, because that will bait in the Blaziken, which we do a bunch of pivots from Viola to Wake and to Grant to make sure that Grant can kill with an Aqua Jet. Then we go back to, then in comes the Golurk, we go back to Ramos, who 1v1s and needs to stay above 55 HP, and Mamo then KOs the final mon, a Flygon. Yeah, that looks good. I'm gonna double check my items real quick, because, you know, you can never be too sure. Soft Sand, Raspberry, and a Citrus Berry there, and the rest didn't need anything. That is correct. Then we should be good to go, so let's do it. It's not this one. Is it that one? Okay. Here? It's probably here then, right? I don't want to just... There we go. Okay. Okay, I'll battle with you. Let's get this battle going, shall we? Battle Girl Danielle, here we go. She leads with the Galarian Slowking. The easiest part of this fight, because we Earthquake and we're done. Let's move on. Slowking down. This should be the Embor that comes in, because Embor outspeeds and sees a kill with Flare Blitz. Yeah, and it's guaranteed to Flare Blitz here. So we can easily switch to, I'm going to do it this way, to Kiawe. And I believe that unless like every move is like negative priority, which right now is not the case because Flare Blitz does still do damage, Embor will never switch out. So we Dragon Pulse it once. Yeah, it keeps Flare Blitzing, that's good to know. More recoil on his end. We Dragon Pulse it once. We Flamethrow it once. Like, we just do a bit of chip to make sure that Dread can just kind of finish the job. Alright. We can probably do this one more time, because Kiawe cannot never be KO'd by this Flare Blitz at this point. He takes at most 24. And I believe this Flamethrower, even a crit, shouldn't kill. Good. Now we are looking at a kill, so we go to Wake. And the Wake finishes off the Embor through with a bit of recoil that it takes, but also just kind of whatever happens. We can just kind of rock tomb it for kill. And that's Embor down. This was the most like finicky part of this fight, in the sense that we weren't quite sure how to handle this. There could be burns from Flare Blitz, that's the main one that we kind of want to avoid, and now we did. So this should be Blaze Gun that comes in. Perfect, I am correct on that part. Blaze Gun is always going to click CC, Close Combat, which I can take with Viola. Alright, Intimidate. It has a white herb, so the Intimidate doesn't do anything right now. And we will see it click Close Combat, which lowers its defenses to -1, -1. Now, the Blaziken does see a kill against me, though. And there goes speed. Not that he was... Actually, that kind of matters, because I was faster initially. Now I'm not anymore. It's gonna either click Brave Bird or Overheat. Guess what? Wake can take both. So we go back to Wake. Wake takes the Brave Bird, alright. Not quite the move I want to see, but whatever. It won't quite matter. We're now at 78 HP, which means... Double checking, I'm still not in overheat or knockoff range, so we can switch out to Viola safely. Clicks another CC, which it can take. Now it's intimidated, and it's going to go to -2 defense and -2 special defense upon clicking Close Combat right now. Perfect. There go the defenses. And there comes the speed. Like, the speed is not really as relevant anymore. I'm gonna double check. Wake on -1 can take everything and still not be in range of overheat, right? 27, so he would go down to 50 something. Yeah, overheat deals 40 something. Yeah, okay, so we can go to Wake once more. As the chicken overheats or Brave Birds me. Brave Bird again. That might adjust it ever so slightly. I'm not sure yet. We will see. For now, we can go back. It doesn't even, because I'm already at the point where it doesn't matter anymore. We're going to go back to Viola. Takes another Close Combat. Gives another Intimidate. It's going to go to -3 defense. And at -3 defense, we have a kill. CC, that hurts still. Brings me below half. We did have a Citrus Berry. It was mostly there for like crit avoidance. In practice, we probably didn't need it, but you know, you can never be too safe. And this is another Close Combat or another Overheat or Brave Bird. This time Grant takes it. And Grant, thanks to having Aqua Jet still, there's the overheat. So he's now at -2 special attack as well. It doesn't quite matter anymore. He's now at like 90% HP-ish. And is at -3 defense and special defense. And at -3, Aqua Jet is a guaranteed kill. Even if it were at 100%. So that's Blaziken done. And we're pretty healthy, which is good. This is Golurk. And Golurk sees a kill with Earthquake. Now, there's two ways to go about it. Actually, there is... I'm gonna double check something real quick. Earthquake is always a kill, so I'm guaranteed to see it click Earthquake. So I'm gonna go to Viola first. Get an Intimidate off, really. There's Earthquake here, and that deals nothing. But it's gonna Heat Crash into me. So we go to Grant once again. Yeah, Grant, sure. It's just, this is really just there to get a slightly safer switch in for Ramos. Because Ramos was a mon that's going to come in to begin with, but with it at -1, it makes the 1v1 even safer. Earthquake deals pitiful damage, at most 34, which is nothing. And I needed to stay above 55 HP, which after a Wood Hammer, I still am. I'm faster, so I can easily click that and just KO. Nice. 101. Perfect. Finally, we will see Flygon come in and clicks Fire Blast. Always Fire Blast at this point. Canis can take a Fire Blast, even on a crit, because it has thick fat. And Fire Blast can burn, but for that, we have a Rossberry. Perfect. There's the Life Orb chip, no burn, Ice Shard kills. Ice Shard dealt 97%, so we did need a little bit of Life Orb chip. But we got it, so we're done. The one tiny thing that could have gone awry, actually Skill Shot missing. Though I believe that was buffed, right? In this game. I will check that real quick. It is indeed buffed to 100%. Okay, well. In any case, we made it past the second to last fight. Let's run back real quick. That's not the one that should have gone in. It's the other one over there. And out the gym we go. And into the Pokemon Center. Get the heal in, and we're gonna just stay here for now. Alright, 2 more to go! Let's get to this next one. The next one being Hiker Eli? I believe the name is Eli. Yes, okay. Let's show it off for you over here. Drampa, Nidoking, Rhyperior, Arcanine, and Delphox. So a lot of power, but not necessarily a lot of speed. And there's a bit of speed. Let's go take a look at the calc. I'm gonna get my Eli tab. And then we're ready to go and take a look at what to do. So, we have the Drampa who leads. Now, Drampa is slow, but it's also decently bulky. So we're gonna need to be, we need to take this safely. I have a black belt still in the back, so I could maybe do something with that. Alternatively, I also have, I want to say Turtonator, but that's not quite true. So how do we handle this? I think I already see the answer. We're gonna lead with... Okay, let's look over everything. We have the Drampa with Berserk, Roost, Fire Blast, Dragon Pulse, Hyper Voice. As long as you have something like Outspeeds, deals damage on the first turn, but keeps it above 50% and then KOs all the way down. We're good on that front. And Arcanine Hisui, aka Hamilton, looks like a very good mon to do that. It can use Extreme Speed, which brings it in range of close combat, which KOs every single time. We then will see Nidoking coming in, who will see a kill with... It should be only Earth Power, but I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna double check that. If Dragon Pulse crits, I'm at 80%. Yeah, then Sludge Bomb will also see a kill, guaranteed. So do I have a switch in for that? I don't know yet. I might in Gyarados, actually. Yeah, I definitely have one in Gyarados. And Gyarados, thankfully, is barely faster, so with a Muscle Band... Ooh, that's barely not enough to kill. So 2 Sludge Bombs with crits would kill. So it's a range. What about Krook? Krook can come in on everything, but he is slower, so I have to take 2 hits. And there's a decent chance he Earth Powers, and I cannot take that. Lycanroc would be able to OHKO it, but I cannot come in on that with it safely. Same with Torterra, assuming I get Sludge Bomb, Sludge Bomb range, but that does require the crit on turn 1. I think Gyarados is still my safest option, because I can just Waterfall it anyway. If I get flinched, fine. If I get crit the first turn, it means I'm probably in Citrus range, so I just give it a Citrus and thus manage it that way. Yeah, so Waterfall would KO. And I would never be KO'd back unless I get explicitly min-roll, like low-roll crit, which is one of 3 moves. And that's assuming I got crit the turn before. And it has to be low-roll crit into high-roll crit, which is very unlikely. Then Rhyperior will come in because he should be able to slow kill, or would be... Arcanine could come in. Yeah, this last bit is a bit volatile. It could be either of the 3 that comes in. But I know against Delphox I'll see Psychic or Grass Knot. And with Arcanine I will always see Burn Up, maybe Psychic Fangs. And if I'm high enough, which is I don't get crit and I kill it in one shot or get a flinch, I would see Rhyperior coming in, clicking Stone Edge, maybe Stealth Rock. Well, for that one, I've Tort. Tort can 1v1. Woodhammer or Giga Drain just kind of easily handles it. So I'm not afraid of it. But I would be afraid of the rocks, though. That's kind of the issue. I would see... Against Tort, it would always be Arcanine that comes in. Clicking Burn Up. Making it typeless, though, which also means he either CCs or Psychic Fangs. Something that can take that and the follow-up CC and Burn Up and the following CC or Psychic Fangs. Would probably be Turtonator. Either him or Dreadnought. No, not Dreadnought. Nothing important there. Okay, so let's start writing. Let's start writing. The Drampa. I see that Arcanine can do it. Is there anyone else that could? I don't really have a Dragon Resist, and the one I do is just kind of outsped an OHKO with Fire Blast, so that's not an option. The same goes with my 2 other ice types. I have a third, but Mamo cannot take the Hyper Voice on a crit. And even with the Black Belt superpower, oh, that is so close though. That is so close though. Literally 1 HP off of guaranteed. Like, it needs to roll just a little bit higher on the first one. So it barely doesn't work. That's annoying. Otherwise, Mamo would have been way better of a choice here. It would bait in... I want to say Arcanine. So I would have a superpower defense drop. Yeah, but I'd still be faster than... Yeah, no, so that would bait in Arcanine instead. Meaning I could go to Arcanine there instead. And he would be typeless, and I would see a CC. After Burn Up is gone, Torterra just kind of 1v1s though, right? Because if he's not a fire type, Burn Up cannot be used. Or is that changed in Run and Bun? Must be fire type, yeah, so that fails at that point, okay. So then he'd be typeless, and I could just kind of 1v1 with Giga Drains and Syntheses pretty handily. That just kind of still applies even after though, right? Because I can easily 1v1 the Rhyperior. Yeah, so that still applies even after. Okay, so we bring Hark. We bring Citrus Gara. Is there a safer way of doing that one? Not really. Damn, how is Gara faster than Kingdra? The jolly nature really coming through. Because Kingdra has max speed. I guess they're both the same, like almost the same speed stat. Yeah. Ah well. Yeah, under most circumstances, I would see Earth Power anyway, and Gyarados can just kind of 1v1 if that's the case. I would really need... It's literally just crit. It has to even be, I believe, a high roll crit. Because if I take minimal damage, I'd be at like, let's say 50. And even then, a -1. Oh no, even at that point, as long as I am crit, as long as I am crit, I will always see Sludge Bomb be a kill against me. So that's annoying, but whatever. So Hark, E-Speed, plus CC KOs doesn't trigger Berserk. In comes Nido, Pivot Gara, 1v1 with Waterfall. And if I somehow get in range of the Sludge Bomb crit, I'll have to risk it. I'll probably bring something else that's fast, so... Eh. Ooh. So Zoroark is also definitely a bring here. let's see, it was towards Zoro. That's what we know. Gero 1v1 Waterfall, depending on range. All three can come in. So let's go depending on HP range. All three can come in. So what do we know? That they kind of have to be agnostic. That's like what we know then. So looking at the Rhyperior, pivot Torch 1v1 with Giga Drain or Wood Hammer. We need to look at like what exactly we need to do for that later. Arc. We pivot. That means he's low, and that means we will see a random move between Psychic Fangs and Burn Up. That also means that I cannot use Hark anymore, so I would need to use something else for it at that point. Actually, I say that that's not true. I mean, there's a small chance for that to be true, but it's not guaranteed to be true. So if only Burn Up can be clicked, pivot. Probably like, we probably have Dread in the back. Dread? Yeah, not, I think Turd is probably the better choice there, right? Turdinator. Also real quick, put these three away. So I'd switch in Turdinator. He'd be typeless, he'd have taken the Burn Up, which he can take very easily. And he'd start CCing. And I can kind of Dragon Pulse or Flamethrower in return. Probably Flamethrower. Pivot Turd, Flamethrower once. Pivot. Probably Tort. Stay above. I need Tort to stay above. What is it? 67, so 120, 120, 134. But also, I can just kind of use a fifth. Looking at Talon mostly, I guess. Because, like, right now, it would be CC that's always getting clicked. Yeah, Talon works. And Talon also still baits a very likely Stone Edge. Pivot Talon, KO. Because he should be at, like, -2. He should always be clicking. I should not be seeing his Psychic Fangs against Talon. And even if I do, it means he should still be at -1, so Acrobatics is like 54, and the Flamethrower would have dealt like over half as well, so those two combined to KO for sure. And neither can get burnt, so I'm safe on that front. The problem is mostly if it's Rhyperior first, I might see trouble. I might see myself get in trouble. Because he could Stealth Rock me. Yeah, because he might see that he might Stealth Rock me first, and at that point Talon is no longer the safe option it needs to be. if first 1v1. So we're just gonna hope that that's not what's gonna happen, and that he doesn't stealth rock on me. If he does, 51. I would, if it does happen, I can do the same thing with Talon, but instead with Tort, because he would have used Burn Up already. It'd take a little bit longer, but it's fine. And finally, we see the Delphox, and Zoroark cannot come in on Grass Knot. Dang it, that was the one thing I was hoping for. Because if it can come in on that, we can just outspeed an Oko with knockoff. If it can come in on a guaranteed Psychic, or maybe... Oh no, it has to be guaranteed Psychic. Can we bait that? I'm very Rocks weak right now. No, I'm not. I can Rapid Spin. If it's... Like, if I get burned up instead, I can just turn it into Rapid Spin instead. If Rocks up, spin instead. And I cannot afford to have Zoroark come in on Grass Knot. That deals ever so slightly too much. A max roll crit on Grass Knot would be a KO. So do I have alternatives? Camera Up, maybe? Nope. Hark is an option if I could come in, but that means I would need to do something else for Drampa. But if I do, a Heartstone boosted Rock Slide guarantees a kill, and if I just make sure that I don't come in Hypnosis, which I can probably make sure happens. Wait, no, because he can Hypnosis me because he's faster, so that's not quite the option. That said, I can instead use a Chesto Berry because Rock Slide into Extreme Speed is also a kill. So that's still an option. I just need to find something else for Drampa then. Like, a lot of things outspeed. I just need something that can just Oko it, like, fast enough. Dreadnought is not that. There was that Mamo play, but it's risky. It's very risky. Not to mention, the Mon that comes in after would not be the same Mon. It would royally screw up the order. So do I have something else for the Delphox instead? That's then the third option, the third idea. Lycanroc is not it. Mightyena is not it. Though it can come in on Grass Knot better. But it would never KO with Sucker Punch, so it's not quite the option that I would be looking for. I'd have to sack Mightyena at that point, and I don't want to do that if I can avoid it. It has to be, it's a sack on a random trainer too, so like not the place you'd want to do that anyway. It's really just find a way to get Zoroark in. Can I guarantee a Psychic? Yes, through Talonflame. A slept Talonflame or Talonflame weakened will guarantee a Psychic. And the problem is if it's coming in on Gyarados, which is after one crit or a double hit of the Sludge Bomb. Not always though, but no, against two Sludge Bombs, it would still be Arcanine that comes in. Whereas against Delphox, like, it'd have to be one Sludge Bomb, and it'd have to crit. Only at that point, Delphox comes in first. And my switch-ins at that point become rough. But there is probably a pivoting line available. Looking at, like, maybe Torterra, like, coming in, baiting Flamethrower, we go to Turtonator, guaranteeing Psychic. Guaranteeing Psychic? Guaranteeing Psychic, actually. Yeah, because one Flamethrower or Hypnosis, I guess. But if I get slept on Turtonator, that's fine, too. Turtonator mostly just needs to soak shit. So, Delphox, pivot through, Talon, Turt into Zoro, Black Glasses, knock off KOs. KOs, there we go. Knock KOs. Because what happens is he would see a kill with Psychic or Grass Knot. I would probably pivot into Torterra at that point, which baits Flamethrower or Psychic, actually. It's not quite as safe as I want it to be. And these are all quite valuable, except for... Now, even Zoroark is quite valuable because Taunt. Okay, but what has to happen at that point? It has to be that I get crit into not... Like, I'd have to get... Either I'd have to get crit on one Sludge Bomb and only take one Sludge Bomb exactly. That is exactly what needs to happen. Which sounds very unlikely. So 116 times 0.8. So 4 in, what is that, 80? So 1 in 20? Okay, that's not that unlikely. Not to mention, because I give it a Citrus. So it'd also have to be a low roll crit. It'd have to be like a 3 in 16 after. I think I'm willing to risk that. In part because I think I'm okay sacking Turtonator at some point here as well. So Turt... Zoro, not Zoro. Talon. I think this combination of Mon should do the trick. Trying to see if that's true, but I'm not quite sure if that's true, but because if I go full on Murphy's, I could give Turt a Citrus as insurance. Tort doesn't quite need an item, but I can also give him a I can just go full Citrus. I can just go full Citrus, which is a lot though, with the exception of Talon and Zoro, because he needs the Black Glasses. And like all this, just to guarantee Zoro comes in on exclusively Psychic, which is not likely. I would have taken the kill against Arcanine with Talonflame, meaning Rhyperior is always going to come in. I can go to Tort. The one downside is I could get stealth. You could get stealth rock up against me, and if that happens, the grass knot on a kill will not always kill me. On a crit will not always kill me, but I'll probably freewheel a little bit of the middle, but like I have general plans on Psychic. Yeah, this is probably the best I can make it. I think I'll manage. And under best circumstances, I should just kind of be fine. Wait, why is Earthquake less likely than Stone Edge? I don't get that. Doesn't matter. We'll see as that goes. I have like plans for the final 3. And if things go awry, we'll see as it goes, but hopefully they just don't. Under most circumstances, we will not see the Delphox come in first against... Because if that's the first mon to come in, we'd probably be in the most trouble. Because we would need, like, riskier switches. But generally speaking, there's like 3 rolls on a crit. Assuming no crits on the first turn. Like, there needs to be a lot that goes wrong at that point, so... Not to mention, because I give a Citrus to Hisuian Arcanine now. So I guarantee not see a Sludge Bomb on a switch in. If I get max roll crit, I will go to 154 and then 192. Means we heal for 48. And the Dragon Pulse dealt 154. So we'd be at 86 HP. Which Sludge Bomb never sees a kill then. So I will always see Earth Power on the switch in. I can always go to Gyarados. And I think I'll risk... No, I shouldn't risk the crit. But is there a better way of handling this? It doesn't look it. There's also the idea of just using Torterrans for Nidoking. Because Earth Power into Fire Blast will never kill. And we can Earthquake like very easily, very safely for guaranteed kill. It would be the Arcanine that comes in, but it will click random move. Still, that can be like the Turtonator can take that pretty easily. And if I Citrus there as well, it will always be Burn Up instead. It should be. So I take 92, so I'd instead be at 7267 down. So, oh, there's a small chance for it to also CC. Well, that's fine. Turt can just kind of handle it even then. And Turt baits Rhyperior instead. Meaning he Edgequakes one of those 2 at random. Tort can take both of them, outspeeds, can Synthesis, or Giga Drain. The one downside is then that I need to find a safer switch in for against the Delphox. But I think I can make that work with Gyarados instead. Assuming I don't get crit. But I don't need Gyarados at that point. I could get something else to help with the Delphox. And I'm also not using Talon anymore then. I say that that's not true. I still use Talon. Because I take 2 CCs. And then I see random move. Which I can still take with Gyarados actually. So I can bring in Gyarados then. And finish it off that way. And the Intimidate helps a lot too. And yes, I'd have to take 2 hits, which burn up crit into Psychic Fangs crit would hurt me, but that shouldn't happen, I believe. If he's no longer a fire type, that means he cannot use burn up. And he would instead try to Will-O-Wisp me, which he'd be low enough to where I don't care anymore. And that would still bait into Delphox, clicking Psychic then, or maybe Grass Knot. And that is where I do hit a wall of sorts. But I'm not using Talonflame anymore in this line. So I could use something else instead that can take Psychic and Grass Knot. Looking at Raichu maybe. Which can fake out, and thus I could Chesto instead on Zoroark and thus have it come in on Psychic or Hypnosis. After Grass Knot, I would see Flamethrower. I'm saying Raichu, but what does Raichu do? Effectively, not much. But neither does a Lycan. Or Torkoal. Is Torkoal a better mon to use against the Arcanine maybe? No, because of the burn up, dealing a lot more damage. And Torkoal not being able to do much in return. So no, that's not an option. It needs to be Turd instead. So how do I get a safe switch into Zoro? Kingdra maybe looks okay. If it wasn't for that Psychic dealing a bit too much. Same with Grass Knot, actually. Salazzle is maybe an option, but Salazzle would be an option if you can guarantee not Psychic beforehand, which with the current team I cannot. So what's the line I'm following right now? It'd still be lead. It'd still be lead Hark, but I'd guarantee you see an Earth Power from the Nidoking, which I can take with Torterra and the subsequent Fire Blast for just an KO and like an Earthquake. And with Citrus Berry, I'd be at somewhere between, what's that, 27 and 26 and a half, and no, 27 and a half, and what's the other end of this? It's 60, 77, so 23 points of 45-ish %. So I could take a Stone Edge or an Earthquake, guaranteed, with Torterra. And Synthesis up, and Giga Drain, guaranteeing Flamethrower, but needing a spin. No, I wouldn't need a spin, because he would see a kill after the first turn. Because I'd be at like 2%. And Giga Drain heals me for so much that I could just Giga Drain and Giga Drain again. And I would still be like decently healthy. So I can deny Stealth Rock that way. But I would potentially see Psychic the turn after. Or Grass. I would still see like a random move the turn after. And I don't have anything that can take all three, I believe. Torkoal maybe? Torkoal maybe. And Torkoal can take everything, and with a Citrus, it's still in Flamethrower range. So Psychic or Flamethrower, which is not safe enough. I don't think this is safer. Looking like down this line, I don't think it's safer. It's not far off though, and I feel like if I'm finding the one missing piece, I would actually do the trick. Can I get Torterra out of Grass Knot range? No, because it would always have overlap with Psychic, and I will never be above 50%. Unless I explicitly take an extra turn to Synthesis, but at that point, he would potentially Stealth Rock, and that makes it like less safe. And like loses all the options I might have. Not to mention, like not seeing Grass Knot, the only thing that makes a difference for that is like one of the water rock types. I.e. Dreadnought, because Costa is dead to crit Psychic. And Fire Psychic Resist combined. I don't have that. I don't have like a Fire Dark type or something. I'm gonna detail this line out a little bit just in case. See if I can find what exactly happens at every point in time, right? So, Arc 1v1. Drampa. Nido. EPs. Tort. 1v1s is at 35 plus 114. On the mood to do head calcs. 149. And 192 divided by 4 is 48. So I'd be 101 down, so I'd be at 91. And at worst, I'd be at 136 and 42. So 178. I'd have taken 130, so I'd be at 62. 62 to 91. At 62 HP, there is a range for close combat to see a kill. So I'd come in, because then after Nidoking, it will always be Arcanine that comes in. Because Rhyperior is not faster. So it will always be Arcanine. Arcanine CCs once. Then it may burn up, but probably... It could also have burned up the first turn. Then it might CC again. And I get low, and I get like... By low, I mean like... Wait, no, I don't let Turd come in. I let Gyarados come in then, instead. Yes, it would be... If he comes in on Burn Up, I'd be in a slight bit of trouble. Because there's a range for Psychic Fangs to kill, but I can give it a Citrus and thus deny that. Yes, I get burnt, but then I can let Turd come in on the Will-O-Wisp instead. He'd already be typeless and does not burn up me, and I can see two CCs and have the Rhyperior come in for me instead. I want to double check if... Okay, good. Because then... He would be at -1 though. But he couldn't burn up anymore. So he'd still always CC and Tornado can 1v1 easily. Yeah, okay, I think I have it. I think I have it now. It's... Tort 1v1s is at 62 to 91. Depending on the range, I would always see Burn Up or maybe see CC. Arc comes in, maybe CC's probably Burn Up. We pivot Gara, pivot Turt. And then Turtonator 1v1s because he's at -1, he'll be typeless. And Flamethrower, like, because he no longer burns up, he's used the burn up. He always CC me. I may come in a Will-O-Wisp. If I don't, that is fine too. I'd come in on Psychic Fangs, which I can take easily. Pivot Turd. 1v1s, stays around. And, like, it doesn't really matter what HP range he comes into, because he will never get into Heat Crash range. And Rhyperior always outspeeds. So Rhyperior comes in, pivot, Tort, and Tort gets so low, at worst, he'd be at 9, and at best he'd be at 50, 49. I mean, there's a small chance for it to not... Uh-oh, there goes my mic. There's a small chance for it to not Heat Crash and click Stealth Rock, but it's very small. And it assumes, like, everything min-rolls. And if everything min-rolls, that means I would be at 50, 49. And it's still very likely to see a kill, but not guaranteed anymore. It's a small chance for it to Stealth Rock at that point, but if that happens, I just kind of have to live with that. So, Torterra 1v1s, finally in comes the Delphox, and I would Giga Drain, heal up a bunch of HP. I'd get like up to, what would that be, 192, so 96. So 145. I'd take a Heat Crash, which would, like, at worst I'd take a Heat Crash, which would put me like, let's just say 90, just for the simplicity of it. And then I'd Giga Drain again, take the rest of his HP, which is 16 more. So I'd heal for 8 more, so I'd be at like 98-ish. Like, give or take a few HP points, 98-ish. And if I'm low, if I'm like very low, there's even a small chance for me to Synthesis, get hit, Giga Drain then, because then I'd potentially still be in Heat Crash range after getting a Heat Crash on me. I'd still Giga Drain because that actually makes that more likely. And then I'd Synthesis a turn after, maybe, depending on like my HP range. Heals to half after damage. Heals to 25% to half after damage. Because if I can get myself into outside of Psychic range, preferably, and if not that, then Grass Knot range, that will really help me, because that means I have a safer pivoting line afterwards. Or at least I could find a safer pivoting line. Because I can probably have Turtonator be at, like, okay HP to guarantee a Psychic, and thus let it come in that way. Yeah, I think I can do that, actually, because the Arcanine would be at -1 attack. So I take, like, Psychic Fangs, Close Combat. So I'd at worst take, like, what is that? 68%. So then the Flamethrower puts me at 89. So after Citrus, I'd be at 64. So yeah, Citrus Turtonator 1v1s the Arcanine and will always bait Psychic. Because he will never be in Hypnosis range, and thus I can bring in the Zoroark safely. Okay, I think I found it. The only issue that there might be is the rocks. If I get Stealth Rock set up on me, I'd be in a tiny bit of trouble. And I don't think I can deny that quite that easily, but the alternative is, like, maybe something that can come in decently easily. Pardon me? On what is guaranteed Flamethrower. If I can, like, make it so that's guaranteed Flamethrower while Stealth Rock is up, so that it's guaranteed Psychic after, then I'm fine. I would say, like, maybe Camerupt, but Grass Knot just kind of throws a wrench. Because after the Flamethrower, I'd be in range of Grass Knot every single time. Not every single time, but likely. So Camerupt's not the option I would need. Lycanroc definitely isn't the option I would need. Because Lycanroc, Flamethrower into Grass Knot won't work. Pyroar. Pyroar is actually probably the best choice, because if I... No, but he would take the rocks as well, and that is actually an issue. Because then... If he gets the rocks up on me, and I get crit from the Flamethrower, I could be in Flamethrower range. Is that guaranteed? It's unlikely, though. So, okay, but let's look further. Something that can guarantee bait Psychic. How about that? Actually, no, Kingdra is actually the answer there. Kingdra. Because Kingdra, after Flamethrower plus Stealth Rock, that's 12, so 26. Actually, no, it could still be Hypnosis then. but... Alternatively, if I guarantee Flamethrower... I had that idea before, right? With Raichu to fake it out once, so I can use a Chesto instead. No, that doesn't quite work out. That's actually my Gyarados. My Gyarados still healthy, actually, right? That too. So he can come in on Flamethrower, and he'd either already be burnt, but that could potentially be Grass Knot, and we cannot have that. And Gyara cannot come in on random move, because Psychic would crit kill me after the CC or burn up. But if I know for a fact that rocks don't go up, then maybe Kingdra? No, Kingdra doesn't... So... The crux of this line is just kind of... Actually, could I get a kill with Zoro instead when only one Mon is remaining? No, because Zoro cannot come in on anything except for maybe the Psychic Fangs on Arcanine. Because if I can let him come in on the Psychic Fangs instead of on Arcanine, which I can do via Pivot, but that means I would have to have the Rhyperior come in first, which I cannot guarantee. So between these two ideas, which is safer? This one is... This one looks safer if you can guarantee that Rhyperior comes in, that Arcanine comes in first, which you can't. Not to mention there's like the risk of losing Gyara. And this one is guaranteed safer then, so I do need to go for this one, but I just need to find out how to make that last bit safe. Be it via like a sack or more likely like a way to get Zoro in safely. And that looks safest. Is there anything that makes it look safe? I guess Kingdra would be the one that makes it look the safest. And Kingdra has the added benefit of maybe I can switch it in on the potential burn up. If it's a guaranteed burn up, I could switch in Kingdra instead on the burn up, then have Gyara take 1 CC. It does guarantee Psychic Fangs to turn after, but I can do like a pivot through Zoroark to Turtonator then instead. I think that works. I think that might work. So, because then if I make sure that Kingdra takes 1 hit before, I can guarantee Psychic. Or, like, I cannot guarantee Psychic, but I can make Psychic very likely and thus not Hypnosis. Yeah, I think that's how we do it. So we bring these 5 and Kingdra. And Kingdra will get an Auron, because if I get, like, hit ever so slightly too much, I will maybe, like, barely etch out of the Grass Knot range. Whereas Citrus might put me in Hypnosis range, but we kind of want to avoid. Yeah, I think that's best. Auron, Kingdra. There's also the fact that I could get in on a Will-O-Wisp with Gera, which you kind of don't want to see, but honestly, you don't mind, right? No, you don't mind that much. Yeah, no, I think that works. I think through like a good line of pivoting, I can get this position with the Rhyperior and have the Kingdra be the lure of Psychic to get the Zoroark in safely. Yeah, I think this works. I think I can make this work. I think I found the line then. So we probably burn up. If guaranteed burn up, pivot Kingdra. So that Kingdra takes a bit of chip. We pivot Gera, we don't pivot Turret, we pivot Zoro. If Gera burned. If he's not, we just pivot Turret straight. We 1v1. Rhyperior comes in, we pivot to Tort. We have that same line. In comes Delphox. Heal to like 25 half after HP. Stay above. Wait. Tort stays above. What's an HP amount? 114. Must get above 114. Rocks is fine. In comes Delphox. Clicks Flame. Pivot. Kingdra. Pivot. Hopefully Kingdra either just gets burnt by that flamethrower or gets in range of Psychic and Psychic only, which looks reasonable to happen. I just need to not get hit below 79, and if I do get hit below 79, it needs to be after the Ornberry. So pivot Zoro on Psychic. Oko with Knock. So I think this works. The only thing we don't need is that Citrus on Gera. We may even just leave Gera itemless, right? Though we don't mind seeing Will-O-Wisp, right? We wouldn't mind it if we Rost it. Because then we can just kind of handle it that way. Turret Citrus, because Turret is then the backup of maybe baiting the Psychic instead. If we can somehow, if there's no rocks up, we can just do the safe line and use Turtonator instead. That works. Yeah, okay, so that should work, hopefully. I think this works. We're gonna try it, and hopefully just everything goes right. Let's get the team. We are battle ready. Well, almost. We just need to get everyone, which means Claire, which means Misty, and it means, where is everyone else that I want? Bryson Man, and finally Hamilton. Let's give everyone their items. We're gonna give a... I was saying Rost for Gera, but we kind of don't want... We kind of want it to be burnt, right? So we're not gonna give it a Rost. We are giving a Citrus to Hamilton. Claire needs specifically an Oranberry, not a Citrus Berry. Misty, nothing then. Bryson Man needs black glasses. Black glasses, there they are. And Kyoe needs a citrus. And you have the soft sand. We don't need that. You instead need a citrus as well. Could a item investment, like a TM investment, change anything? Probably not, right? No. There's like a small idea of giving like something to Gara. Maybe like an Orin. Maybe like a Chesto. Yeah, I'll give it a Chesto as like a random backup. It's very random of a backup, but it may come in clutch. I could see it come in clutch at the right time. Alright, let's candy up Bryson Man, who gets Taunt. The only Mon in the game to get Taunt, by the way. Very good move. We're gonna get rid of Memento. I can see Fake Tears being useful at some point in time still. Memento too, but it, you know, it's a sack. You prefer not to have those. Okay. Let's get this going. Let's hope that this works. I'm gonna quickly delete the other idea I had, so I don't get any confusion on what line to take. And we go to the second to last fight of this split. It's been a long split. I've taken a long time for this. Like, and beyond that, like, I've slowed down my streaming, so that doesn't help in how long this one felt. But this one was also just longer, right? I'm not wrong on like feeling that this split was a bit longer. Okay, based on where she's standing, I probably need to take that one. So let's go take a look if I have everyone. I'm just gonna quickly do some switches to like signify order of operations a bit for myself. Not that that's really relevant, but you know, better to be safe. Okay, so the general plan here revolves around the final Mon, the Delphox. Delphox is very hard for me to combat, with one exception, Zoroark. Zoroark with the black glasses one-hit KOs Delphox. However, it can only come in on Psychic, exclusively Psychic. So we need to find the line to guarantee that move. The way we found the solution that we came up with, or that I came up with, however you want to call this, is to make sure that I have Kingdra be in range of Psychic only, and potentially be burnt. Both of those are fine, but preferably it's just like in range of Psychic only. There's like a line of pivots and a line of choices I need to make, and they probably depend on how the fight goes exactly. But as long as Claire is between 80 and 100 and between 80 and 90 HP, preferably, but maybe like 91 or so is hopefully fine. Then we can guarantee that Bryson Man comes in safely and can take the knockout against Delphox. Up until that point, we also have the Nidoking, which is very strong, but we have Ramos who can take 2 moves from it, and Oko with Earthquake. We've got the Rhyperior, which, thanks to the Citrus Berry, Torterra can 1v1 as well. And finally, against Arcanine, we have like the rest of the team, a combination of pivots, Kingdra is gonna like take some damage to like bring it closer to that 80-90 range, and Kiawe is probably the guy that's gonna 1v1 us, and Gyarados gonna do a bit of support on that front. Maybe even Bryson Man can pivot it, do a pivot to make Kiawe come in a bit more safely, or a bit like more usefully. I don't know how to say that, like, yeah, in a way that's more useful for the fight. We will see that as it goes. For now, I've not explained this well. I'm gonna just show you how to handle this, hopefully. I think I have everything I need. We're gonna see. And here we go. As much as I love mountains, I especially love volcanoes. Okay. Good for you. Hiker Eli. The final fight before Flannery. Here's the Drampa. The Drampa was the easiest. The main thing about Drampa is that it has Berserk, and you want to make sure that it doesn't get hit into Berserk range. Extreme Speed, even on a crit, does not do that. Alright, and Dragon Pulse here, even if it crits, we don't really care. That is slightly annoying, but it does mean that I could maybe use Hamilton later. And now Close Combat kills. The combination of Extreme Speed plus Close Combat was always going to kill this Drampa, so we're good on that front. That's one down, 4 to go. This will bait in the Nidoking. There we go. Nidoking sees a very, very, very powerful kill with Earth Power. Ramos takes that Earth Power. Now, this Nidoking also has Fire Blast, which means that Earth Power plus Fire Blast is a lot of damage. Thankfully, it's not enough. It will never KO me, and I can Earthquake it in return. As you can see, hurts. But we have a Citrus Berry, so we're still pretty good on HP. And we will be at 76. That is probably fine. That's probably a good amount of HP. Alright. And now in comes Arcanine. Yep, that is exactly what we expected. He intimidates me, which is whatever. He sees a kill with Burn Up. And at this HP range, only Burn Up. So we go to Claire to take that Burn Up. This consumes Arcanine's Fire Jam. This also makes sure that he is no longer able to use Burn Up. And it makes him typeless, meaning he no longer has any weaknesses. 117, that's fine. We'll need to see how this goes from here. For now, we know that he's gonna either Will-O-Wisp me or Close Combat me. Misty can take both. We prefer to see Close Combat, but we don't really care. Okay. And he is going to Close Combat. Alright. So now, seeing as Burn Up is no longer an option, he is basically between Psychic Fangs and Will-O-Wisp. Kiawe can take both. And Will-O-Wisp, that's the safest switch in. And now with it at -1, Flamethrower is a 2-shot. And with the Close Combat bringing it down even further, it may even become a 1-shot depending on ranges that I hit. See? And I burn him even. Yeah, that is definitely something that could have happened. So he's gonna CC me again. I'm contemplating whether or not it is worthwhile to bring in Kingdra to take the CC here. It doesn't look it, so we're not gonna do that. We are just gonna take the KO with Kiawe using Flamethrower. This way, we guarantee see the Rhyperior come in. First, the Arcanine goes down. Kyowe did everything he needed to do, and is also at very high HP, which is very useful later. Rhyperior comes in. Rhyperior sees a kill with Earthquake or Stone Edge. So we switch out. Because it's a fast kill, he's also never going to click Stealth Rock on this turn. It's very likely to click it on the first turn out, but if I'm in range of a KO, which I currently am at like 55%, it's Earthquake or Stone Edge that's going to get clicked. Ramos takes both. One of the very few mons that's resisting both Earthquake and Stone Edge. Edgequake being a very good coverage type, or coverage combination. 34 HP. Okay, let's take a look. Then Heat Crash is guaranteed to see a kill, and so are Stone Edge and Earthquake. That's good. We Giga Drain. Hopefully he sees a kill again after the Giga Drain. We just kind of low roll, and he high rolls and clicks Heat Crash. Heat Crash, alright. 61, he no longer sees a kill. Then what do we do here? This was like the weird part. But I think I have an equally good line available to me. Do I? It's no longer the first turn out, and he's at 61 HP, meaning he's very likely to click Stealth Rock on me. I think I want a Synthesis. I think it's safer for me to click Synthesis here. Because I think the Kingdra line is slightly more likely to work out the way I want it to at this point in time. Okay. Then we Giga Drain for kill. And now the final mon, the Delphox. The rocks are generally fine. We just hope to see that Kingdra gets into the right HP range. It is likely to, though, I believe. So, this is guaranteed Flamethrower. We can go to... Wait a second. I had an idea in mind. I think I can change it slightly. Yeah, I can work with this. I can go to Kyowe instead to guarantee the Psychic anyway. Good. So we go to Kyowe. Take the rocks damage, it's fine. We heal it off straight away anyway. With the citrus that we have. And at this HP range, Delphox only sees a kill with Psychic. So we can go to Bryson Man on the Psychic. It does see a kill, so it's only going to click it. So, yeah, Claire comes in. It's not Claire. That scared me for a split second there. And with the Black Glass equipped, knockoff is a guaranteed kill. I was generally, like... My own illusion actually tricked me for a split second. Alright. Fight done safely. Another massive W for Bryson, man. Absolutely. And now we're at Flannery. We're gonna run back because we don't want to fight Flannery just yet, not without prepping. That went better than I was hoping it would. I thought it was riskier than it would be. I'm glad I found, like, the safe line here. It was a little bit freewheely, but that's whatever. It's time for Flannery. And Flannery has the following team. It's a double battle, first and foremost, and it has Mega Charizard, Salazzle, Entei, Incineroar, Talonflame, and Marowak Alola. Let me get my own... Let me get my own calcing page real quick, and it's time for more calcing. But this was the one I was working towards for today. I want to make sure that I finish this one. I think I can, but I need to make sure that I know how to handle this. Double battles are in general just very, very weird. In the sense that I want to make sure, like, they're harder to understand, harder to grasp. I've always noticed this for myself as well, that it's harder to grasp. We'll need to see how this works. First off, doubles, and we know it's in Sun. The lead double of Charizard and Salazzle. Charizard is KO'd by Arcanine, like straight up. And the Salazzle is Heartwalled and 2-hit KO'd by Rock Slide. What we want to do, because you see that the Salazzle has Fake Out, you want to make sure that Fake Out is not actually clicked. I'm gonna double check the Fake Out AI for myself. Fake Out. It is +9. It's naturally +9, and the chance to a fast skill is also +9, if I'm not mistaken. A fast skill is +12. Okay, so good to know, because we have a few Protect Mons in Torkoal and in, where is the other one? Costa. Those two have Protect, and we have a third even, because we have. Not part of this calcing page yet. We've got a Trico, and that Trico can get Detect. I need to run the script and show it off real quick. It's a currently just level 5 Trico. I've not leveled it up at all yet. Didn't have a reason to yet. But it's a Trico that can eventually learn Detect. It learns it at level 46 or 49 if it's a Grovyle. You need to make sure. My wife left me. she's like, she had a day off and she's like having some time with her sister. Both of them had a day off. There's the NATO top going on, like the NATO like conference going on in The Hague right now. So there's a bunch of like roadblocks, and we live not too far from it, so we feel the full annoyance of it. So both of them had a few days left, and thus took the opportunity to just not work during the conference, so they didn't have to travel. But both of them are not too far like from each other, so she's coming here by train, and thus they're having lunch together. So yeah, that. Okay, so let's. What was I talking about? All right, I had the Sceptile. I have a Trico, and the Trico has. I'm gonna just quickly copy paste it and bring it in. Like, I have a Trico, and the Trico can learn. I need to make sure that I say it correctly. Both either Endure as Sceptile or Detect as a Trico. You want Detect naturally, so we want to make sure that we have a Grovyle at probably 46 with Detect. And we'll probably have like Synthesis, Giga Drain. Because this guy is very weak and very slow for a Sceptile. It's sassy, it's high speed IVs, but it's sassy once again, and it has like 10 attack and 0 special attack. So you can't really use it as like an attacker unless you use like overgrow shenanigans. Which is possible, sure. But hard to pull off. That's really all it is. I do think I want Leaf Blade. Nah, I'm not sure. It depends a bit. I think in practice you really want Leaf Storm. But for Leaf Storm, you need to level up you need to be evolved to Sceptile at level 40, and thus you miss out on Detect. Or you need to scale it, But yeah, that's, you know, preferably not. Trying to see, So I'll probably just get like, I'm gonna do like everything. So I would have a Grovyle, and I'll probably bring it to 40, up to 49, so that you can still have Leaf Blade. And I could also have a Sceptile at 57, which would also have Energy Ball instead of Leaf Blade. Probably, and maybe not Synthesis, but I don't know yet. For now, Synthesis. I think these two would be the alternatives. So I've got like a Grass, Fire, Water Core to detect, which, that's good. And as you can see, the Salazzle is faster than my Sceptile by quite a significant margin. It's even slower than the Charizard, who is about the same level. It's basically slower than everything. Alright, so how do we handle this? I think the first thing to note is that you want to make sure that the Salazzle sees a fast kill into your Protect Mon. Be it Torkoal, be it Caracosta, be it Sceptile, Grovyle, whichever I use. Probably Grovyle, whichever one of it is, I'll see in due time. Grovyle would actually not be an option because of Heat Wave, and you kind of want to avoid Heat Wave. So it's probably Torkoal for now. Maybe Sceptile, but like Heat Wave still deals too much there, even if he's max level. So probably Torkoal. Because Torkoal is dead to Fire Blast at 83% or Air Slash. And he'd be dead to... I clicked the Salazzle, right? This one is being a bit funky. I'd be dead to Sludge Bomb at 93. So, Hark, Torkoal. So, turn 1. Slide plus Protect. I just remembered. I cannot pre-damage. I cannot pre-damage for this fight, so it needs to be Sceptile or Grovyle that's leading to guarantee that I actually get hit by the Heat Wave or the Sludge Bomb, and I won't have Fake Out clicked on me because I cannot pre-damage. So yeah, that's a thing. Torkoal is too low of a level. Yeah, so I'll probably lead Grovyle. Grovyle is very dead to everything he could do. That's the issue though, right? Because I'm still getting hit by Heat Wave by both of them. And I'd prefer not to have that happen. Not much I can do about it though. Anyway, with Grovyle being the lead, what would I bait in? Just Entei. Clicking random move between, like, Sacred Fire, Stone Edge, and Extreme Speed. To that end, I could bring in Caracosta and slide again for a kill. Actually, against Entei, that deals surprisingly little, but with a Hearthstone, not really. I was gonna say that might be enough, but it's not. But I could easily bring in Caracosta. I will have him have a Lumberry, probably. So, Grovile, Costa, because against Entei, all I know is I won't see Solar Beam. I can see a random move between the other three, and on the other hand, I will be seeing either Heat Wave or Sludge Bomb. So, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so that, then I would switch to Costa, and against the Hisuian Arcanine, I would see, I want to say Marowak come in, but it could also be, could it be, it's not going to be Talon. Actually, no, wait, I know. The problem is mostly that the Marowak Alola would be coming in against Hisuian Arcanine, whereas against... Whereas against the Sceptile out of the Grovyle, I would see Entei come in. Slight Protect, Grovyle, random between random moves, so maybe Heat Waves, Slide kills, Zard, hurts, Salazzle. Could Entei see a kill against Arcanine at that point? Yes, he could. If I get Heat Wave twice, there is a chance for that to be the case, which is troublesome. How about using Lycanroc instead against Zard? I'm actually slower, surprisingly. Would if I scale him, would that make a difference? No, it wouldn't. Then we're gonna go back to Hark. Could Hark do anything with a scale? Not really. Man, this is a fast team. Could I have a lead which baits Sludge Bomb exclusively from the Salazzle? It's not what I'm doing. It's not what I'm doing. There we go. Salazzle. Is there a way for me to guarantee Sludge Bomb or maybe a Fake Out into the other Slava? Well, Sludge Bomb, really. I don't really have anything Poison Weak that I'm seeing. Yeah, the grass types, but that doesn't quite work, right? Maybe Alolan Exec, yeah, but it's... Because I'm at 100%, it's much more likely to click Fake Out. It's not guaranteed dead to the Sludge Bomb. And the Avalogs would be dead to fire moves. So no, I don't really have a way to do it other than with Grovyle on turn 1. And that will randomly bait Heat Wave as well on both ends. There's no way around that. So if I make sure that... Like, even against Arcanine is Sui, the mon that would most likely come in is Entei. And if it's not Entei, it would be Marowak. And Marowak is slower than Grovyle. And it would also be slower than a level 46 tree. It would not be. Interesting. Problem is that also baits... Because then level 46 Trico might all of a sudden be an option, right? Not level 5, level 46. It would still be a random move between Heat Wave and Sludge Bomb. But Marowak Alola will see a fast kill into Trico, whereas it's a slow kill into Hisuian Arcanine, and thus it would never target it. So I would see Heat Wave or Sludge Bomb, and I'm gonna quickly get that Trico. Trico at 46. I would lose Leaf Blade. It doesn't quite matter anyway for this sake, right? If it were to be Trico, that means after the first turn, then either I bait in... There's still a chance that I bait an Entei if I get hit by 2 Heat Waves, or at least the Heat Wave on Charizard's end. No, but it needs to high roll me as well, and that's a 1 in 3. 1 in 4 even. Which is honestly, it's like a 30% chance, right? 29.17. So that would improve my odds ever so slightly. And on the Salazzle end, it's just 50-50, but that Heat Wave will generally, unless it crits, crit high rolls? No, crits. Not put me in range of Entei. Could a skill help me out? Not really. Trico, Grovyle. Would a level 46 Grovyle outspeed the... Yes, it would. Because you kind of want to make sure that... I kind of want to make sure that Entei doesn't come in early. Because that way I can just keep sliding. Keep using Rock Slide for a while. And with the Heartstone equipped, I would be able to, like, two-shot the Marowak. And seeing as I see random move not named... I'd see Flare Blitz or Boomerang. I could switch in Gyarados, who can take a Sludge Bomb or a Heat Wave, alright. And takes, though it doesn't take that Flare Blitz all too well, though. After the Intimidate, maybe, but that looks tricky. But it's guaranteed Flare Blitz, actually. Oh, that, I can guarantee that's Flare Blitz on that end. So if I... Then Kingdra all of a sudden becomes interesting. Kingdra... Ooh, whoa. Damn. That's a lot of damage. Shred? No, it's Costa. Costa can take the Flare Blitz and the Sludge Bomb. Unless both crit and poison. It has to be crit plus poison. Else I'll be fine. And he can protect again. He can be the protect stalling again. Because then I see that go down and Costa baits in the Entei. That is an issue. That is a bit of an issue. Hurts Salazzle. In comes Marrow. Because there is a chance for Entei to see a fast kill. There's the what's the alternative? Is there an alternative? Torkoal would be an alternative, but he cannot take a Flare Blitz and a Sludge Bomb at all. So it has to be Costa. It just has to be. And I just have to pray that I don't get too many Heat Waves between those three so that Entei doesn't see a kill. That's really all I can do. Because the second he does see a kill, I am in trouble. I'm in massive trouble. Heartstone. At least afterwards, I would see Talonflame come in. So in comes Marrow. I'd go. So let's go for that Trico line. Let's pursue that Trico. Let's pursue that Trico line. Slide kill Zard, hurts Lazo. In comes Marrow. Sees fast kill on Trico. Turn 2. Marrow. Not double Heat Wave. Crit Heat Wave. I believe that's true. Because he sees a yeah. So far this all checks out. The one issue is if I do get hit by Heat Wave, it would be Entei that comes in instead. It's a 30% chance to happen. 29% if I have to believe the calcs here. That does kind of line up with what I have. What I have like in mind. And I cannot like improve those odds in any way, shape, or form because the tech is learned at 46. So I cannot make Trico any lower than 46. Oh. Against the level 46 Trico, he is also seeing a kill with Bone Meringue. So all of a sudden the idea of bringing in Costa is not gonna work. I cannot get him out of range of that. Because Grovyle in 46 is too fast. So we'll see a slow kill against both. So I cannot deny. It would still be either Bone Ring or Flare Blitz, basically. So Costa cannot come in. It has to be Gyarados. The Intimidate would help. Not to mention, there's also like, and it's the Flare Blitz and Sludge Bomb combo doesn't guarantee a kill. Heat Wave plus Sludge Bomb, Heat Wave plus Flare Blitz also doesn't, but a crit Flare Blitz would kill me. but there's also the chance that I get a rock slide flinch. I think that's kind of what I have to bank on. I don't have a better way out. And if it's Entei that comes in, he's guaranteed to not Solar Beam, and I can easily go to Caracosta. As a matter of fact, maybe I should go for that anyway. But at that point, I don't mind seeing Grovyle instead. Not that that matters. That wouldn't matter, though. Yeah, that wouldn't matter. So I could go to Caracosta. And seeing as I kill the other side would either bait in Marrow, who would see a fast kill because of how the Hisuian Arcanine baits the Marrow, or it would bait in, because I want to make sure that I see Entei first, so yeah. So it would always bait in Marrow instead. Though I could maybe because of the specific order, I don't quite know. I think I want to bait in. I want to bait in the. Yeah, I do want to bait in Entei, and if there's a Stone Edge kill, we lose the run. That's really all it is, because I don't see a way around it. I don't see a way around it. There is a third potential option in, like, leading with Lycanroc as well. Like, leading Lycanroc plus... I don't know. Something to fake outspeed the Salazzle and fake it out, but do I have that? Or something to bait the kill. So, Lycanroc instead of Hisuian Arcanine. Hisuian Arcanine can come in later, I suppose. Because Lycanroc would bait Entei clicking Solar Beam. And Trico or Grovyle would also bait the Entei. But it would bait in, yeah, that's the issue though. It baits that in. And I don't know how useful that is. To have just like the one KO. I don't think that's useful. So I think the answer to that is don't. We really want to see if, like, we can get Incineroar in last, right? Because if we can get him in last, we're just kind of fine. I think I'll just pursue this line, and if I get Stone Edged, well, it's been fun. I think that's really all I can do. I don't see a way to not risk that. Unless I can find a kill onto the Charizard some other way. Which would probably involve Lycanroc. Or Dreadnought. No, but not Dreadnought though. Maybe just a Camera Boom? Just kind of get rid of both of them real quick. I can't Earth Power the Salazzle turn 1. No, I will want to Boom turn 1. But that's no better than using Hisuian Arcanine. It's not entirely true, but it's not entirely wrong either. How about Turtonator as the lead then? Where is Turt? There he is. Because Explosion... It doesn't even kill Zart though. Not even with Silk Scarf. And I can hurt him heavily. Oops. I can hurt them both heavily with a Boom. I think Turtonator is going to be very useful still, because of the Quad Fire Resist. Well, the Quad Fire and Grass Resist. I've used a lot here. It's not my lack of fire types, though. How about leading Pyroar, just hyper voicing, just to break the sash? You know what I'm gonna do real quick? I'm gonna take a look at what past players have done. See if I can find some inspiration. Run and Bun, Flannery. There's a Squirt Guide, which I can take a look at. There's small ants, things. And there's Peachel. Those are probably the main few. Okay, so he used kind of the same, looking at Squirt first, he did kind of use the same lead as I would do. Using a level 56 Sceptile instead to bait Sacred Fire. Just doesn't get heat waves. And I guess Hamilton, he did candy up Hamilton. What does that do though? Is there any particular reason? He doesn't get a move from it. I guess it makes his HP a little bit better, like its bulk just a little bit better. But on my end, I don't know if that helps an awful lot. I am max on everything. If I were to do that. The Heat Wave, like a Stone Edge would need to deal... It's 80.6 instead. So 158. But then the Heat Waves 25 and Also, I see that he had that Sceptile level to 56. But why? You kind of guarantee heat. Like, it's a random move anyway. It's not gonna, like, there's still, like, a decent chance for its Heat Wave. There's no advantage to doing that, in my eyes. The only difference is you can bait guaranteed Sacred Fire as opposed to just maybe Sacred Fire or Stone Edge or Extreme Speed. But they're not gonna be the difference maker. Not much of it, at least. In my eyes. So, okay. And then after that, what did he do after? He switched to a Caracasa, which I would also be able to do. Baiting Marowak. Marowak would be a fast kill. But, yeah. The main difference is that Sceptile can take a Solar Beam, I guess. Whereas can take the Solar Beam from Entei, whereas Trico could not. And I guess in bringing back in the Sceptile, you can guarantee that you take the... Like, you can take the Solar Beam and thus be the Detectmon for the Talonflame and Incineroar, I suppose. I guess that's the way to handle it. That does help me a bit in, like, my ideas, because there's some Squirk's team has some overlap with mine, which helps. Looking at trying to find Flannery. There we go, Flannery. Flannery for Smalland. What did Smalland do? So, Smalland brought... Where is his team? I'll see it as it goes. Oh yeah, he had the Togedemaru as well, and he used the Fake Out on Salazzle. And the reason that wouldn't work for me, because I don't have an outspeeding rock type for the Charizard, whereas he does. So this kind of falls flat for me. It would still be like the rock and ground type using mons that come in. And he's just kind of using his Dino Nugget, his Archeops very efficiently. Okay. Let's see. Pichao. Winona, Flannery. My PC is having a lot of trouble. Okay, and then these two cannon. Okay, this is the team he's using. It's Lycanroc Dusk. He also has a Togi. He brought like 3 Protectmons, and it's basically gonna be a Lycanroc show from the looks of it. Okay, so he leads. That's the lead. He kills the Charizard with Accelerock, and then doesn't detect with... He switches out to his Togi. Thinking Heat Wave. Right! Oh! Oh! I get it! I do get now why they never click Heat Wave. Because they're calcing with not sun boosted Heat Waves. So the first turn, you can assume there's no Heat Wave, no sun up, and thus it will never click Heat Wave. You can always guarantee it's Sludge Bomb. Right! And the same applies to Charizard. He will never Solar Beam the first turn. He will only use Fire Blast or Heat Wave. And as a matter of fact, he's calcing himself with base Charizard. And thus... he's always going to Fire Blast or Air Slash. If you have Sceptile leveled up decently. So that actually... oh. So I can guarantee no Heat Waves turn 1. That makes it so much safer. That makes it so much safer. I make sure that I use Sceptile. Because I can just kind of use, like, Detect Sceptile. Random moves, no, it's Sludge Bomb plus Fire Blast or Air Slash. And I know for a fact that that's the case, because I will not see the sun up yet. And then afterwards, they set up the sun, and they can see, oh wait, Heat Wave could have killed. Oops. But that's fine. Because then the Rock Slide would have KO'd the Zard Y and have heavily damaged the Salazzle. It will bait in on the Sceptile slot, it would have bait in the Entei, and on the Hark slot, on the Hisuian Arcanine slot, it would bait in the Marowak. But we want to bait in the Entei, and the Entei would be clicking Sacred Fire then every single time. And then the Salazzle will click random between Heat Wave and Sludge Bomb. That I cannot avoid, but that is fine at that point, because the Salazzle Heat Wave is not scary enough for me quite yet. So I Rock Slide again. Salazzle gets KO'd. Alternatively, I could E-Speed to Salazzle, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'll think about that in a little bit. So turn 2, sees Fast Kill on Sceptile. And this is no longer the case. In comes Entei on Sceptile. Yeah, sees Fast Kill on Sceptile. So turn 2. E-Speed or Slide. Pivot. That would be the play there. We E-Speed. I'm gonna get rid of the YouTube videos real quick. The E-Speed would KO the Salazzle, and the Rock Slide would as well, and the Rock Slide would also heavily dent the Entei. Which of the two we want to have happen, we don't quite know yet. We're going to look at that in a little bit. We're going to first switch to Caracosta in any case. We pivot Caracosta. Costa can also take the Heat Wave or the Sludge Bomb. Is there any particular reason to want it to be only the one move? Because we will see Solar Beam and you will see Marrow come in. And after the Sacred Fire, 14%, Boomerang might not kill. How about Torkoal? What about if I use Torkoal instead? Because I will always see Sacred Fire. I can take a Sacred Fire with Torkoal, and I don't guarantee Stone Edge then. Even at my level. Nor do I guarantee, like, I would guarantee Boomerang, but I wouldn't guarantee the Stone Edge. So it'd have to be Costa coming in. But Costa can take a Boomerang. Like, can't guarantee that he doesn't click Boomerang. So I need to do a slide kill. Probably. Or is there a third option of like something that can take a solar beam but doesn't take the follow-up moves? Or a Sacred Fire, I mean. Kingdra comes to mind. Kingdra, no. Kingdra is just kind of bulky enough all around. Maybe Lycanroc instead? No, because you do want it to be a slow kill. Turtonator. Turtonator might be the solution I'm looking for. No, because Turtonator would not be dead to Stone Edge. It's too bulky as well. Octillery? My Costa's a bit too over-leveled for this fight, basically. Octillery takes the Sacred Fire not too well. And baits Solar Beam, but maybe Sacred Fire as well, depending on ranges, crits, and whatnot. And on the opposite end, it's Flare Blitz or Boomerang at random. Yeah, so Costa pivoting in is not the option. Because even if I get burned, I do see Entei Solar Beam, but I don't see Boomerang per se. And Boomerang will see a... Boomerang will never see a kill even if it burns. Even if the Sacred Fire burns. How about... Dread then? Where's Dread? Dreadnought there. Dreadnought would be dead to Boomerang. And would be dead to Solar Beam. And can take the Sacred Fire. So actually Dread is probably the better option then. Because he's a bit less bulky. And he guarantees the Solar Beam and he guarantees the Boomerang. And I can slide again, which... if I slide the turn prior... if it's Sludge Bomb and Sacred Fire, would I be in trouble? No, I shouldn't be in Flare Blitz range. Or Stone Edge range. Because my idea then... Because I guarantee Solar Beam and Boomerang, I would either pivot Gyarados or probably more likely Masquerain. And 2 Rock Slides with a Heartstone onto Hisuian Arcanine don't always kill. And if I level him once, it would. Ah, and that would be the crux. So level 8 Hisuian Arcanine would be able to 2-shot that, 2-shot the Marowak. So what would come in against Masquerain? It would be Talon, guaranteed. Clicking Flare Blitz or Brave Bird. And I'd still have Marowak in, who would click Flare Blitz as well. So then I could go back to Costa. Yeah, I could go back to Costa, take the Acrobatics, or like the Brave Bird or the Flare Blitz that I'm guaranteed to see. And Rock Slide would be a double kill, and then Incineroar would be the only mon left, and at that point I can probably handle it just fine through like the 2 Water Rock types, or just like Hisuian Arcanine doing some stuff. So it should still be at full. Maybe like a little bit chipped, but nothing substantial. I think this works. I think I'm gonna... The one thing I need to consider is, do I want to E-speed the Salazzle so I guarantee don't take too much damage with Dread? But would I take too much damage with Dread? That's in the follow-up. Dread would take a Sludge Bomb, dealing like 40, 66 at most. And he would take a Sacred Fire, 66 and 37. So 103, 103, so I'd be at 72 HP. And I at most take another, I take a Burn Chip potentially. And 175 divided by 16, that's 10. So I could be in Stone Edge range. And that would spell trouble. And in the same vein, I could be in Flare Blitz range as well. So I do need to make sure that I don't take the Sludge Bomb. So I need to E-speed. E-speed, and I pivot Dread. And I pivot Mask on turn 3, and Slide. In comes... Wait a second. Dreadnought is faster. No, but I can give it an Iron Ball. I can give it an Iron Ball and slower. So... Iron Ball... Dread to make sure that I... Heartstone... Hark... Sceptile level 56... Costa, I don't know if I need Lum anymore. Let's see that in a bit. Iron Ball Dread. I need the Iron Ball to be slower than Marowak, because then he sees a fast kill on Dreadnought and a slow kill on Hisuian Arcanine, therefore always target the the Dreadnought. And then I can just kind of Rock Slide Heartstone, level 58 Hisuian Arcanine. Because then I can guarantee 2-shot into Entei. And I can do that by Extreme Speed on turn 2. I pivot to Dreadnought. I pivot to Masquerain and I Rock Slide. Thus taking like 50% off of both. Then I see Flare Blitz and random move between Stone Edge and Flare Blitz. And Sacred Fire, I mean. Which I can again take with Dreadnought or maybe Costa. Probably Costa. Pivot, Costa, Slide. Income, Instant plus Talon. So then against Costa of the Talonflame, we'll see a kill with Solar Beam. Costa, no, it will probably fake out randomly between Costa and Arc, but that is fine. That is fine. Because the turn after, I would Rock Slide again. And that even at -1 with a Heartstone at -1, level 58, I'm still very likely to kill. It's not guaranteed, but it's very, very likely. So I just need to switch in something that can take the Solar Beam and what would probably be Darkest Lariat. Guaranteed to be Darkest Lariat, as a matter of fact, depending on the HP I take prior, which is Flare Blitz and Stone Edge or Flare Blitz, which is actually potentially It's not going to be lethal. But I would be low. So I protect plus slide. If I get clicked fake out on Hisui and Arcanine, that's probably fine. Because then the turn after I see Darkest Lariat and Solar Beam. Do I have a good resist for both? I was gonna say maybe Sceptile, but Sceptile is a bit too frail for Darkest Lariat. Gara. Cannot take both. Turtonator. Turtonator is the answer. Turtonator can take a Darkest Lariat and a Solar Beam, and I can then finish off the Talonflame with Extreme Speed if need be. If not, it's just kind of a should-be-fine situation, not to mention... Yeah, at that point I should just be fine. So, it is Mask, and it is Turt. And I think this works. I'm gonna go through this. I need to double check everything. Triple check everything. Turn 1. Because there's no Sun up and no base Charizard still. Against Sceptile, the only move that can be clicked is Fire Blast or Air Slash. In the same vein, the Salazzle will always click Sludge Bomb, even if I'm at level 56, slightly under-leveled, it will always be Sludge Bomb. At 57, it's still too weak, so it's not gonna matter if I under-level it slightly, I'm still gonna do it, though, pardon me. Can I even go to 55? No, I need to be at 56 exactly. So, that's one. Then, I will take the KO against the Charizard, and the Salazzle will always survive. The Sun is then up. Against the Sceptile, I will bait in the Entei. I need to make sure that Sceptile is in slot 2. Sceptile in slot 2. Turn 1, I slide into text. Then I get a Sludge Bomb and a Fire Blast or an Air Slash into the Sceptile, and I slide kill Zard, hurt Salazzle, in comes Entei. So it's a fast kill on Sceptile. That is all correct. Sceptile then switches out into Dreadnought. Dreadnought takes a Sacred Fire. I need to E-Speed to guarantee that I am fine the turn after. I can take that turn. So Arcanine Hisui, in the meantime, just kind of E-Speeds the Salazzle for kill. The Entei will never see a kill on Arcanine because he's still at full. He will instead target the Dreadnought. Dreadnought is gonna take it. Pivot Dread takes Sacred Fire only. And because of that, Dreadnought with the Iron Ball, the Incineroar will not see a kill. The Talonflame will see a kill instead, actually. I don't need to Iron Ball. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't even need to Iron Ball. It's even better this way. Dread, because Dread, rather than baiting the Marrow, he baits the Talon. And Talon will see a kill with Solar Beam against Dreadnought, same as Entei. Both will Solar Beam. I can go to Sceptile even, if I want to. He can take 2 Solar Beams even on a crit. And I can double KO with Arcanine at that point. I think I still go to Masquerain though. What if I give this the Iron Ball instead? Yeah, that works better. Level 58 with the Heartstone, but at -1. Slight is not a guaranteed KO. I think the better choice, if I give this the Iron Ball, what would that do? Right, he can use Poltergeist, and I cannot have that happen. I can't have that happen if I make sure that I give no item, but it could boomerang then, so that's not an option. Broadsy, thanks for the raid! Hi everyone, I'm Accurator. I'm currently playing through Run and Bun. I am on the precipice of fighting Flannery. I hope this is the run, in fact. I hope you had a good run. I'm not sure where you are. I hope that everything is going well on your end. On my end, I am working on Flannery, and I am, like, almost done. I'm just, like, double and triple checking everything to make sure that everything goes smoothly. Right now, the line that I have is looking towards like the end game, and there is some trickiness there. This is currently my PB. Yes, I am. My best attempt right now is Flannery, and I'm currently working on that attempt. So yes, this is in fact my personal best. I'm gonna assume you're a Run and Bun streamer as well. I'm not quite sure if you are or not. If in the case you're not, hi, this is Pokemon Run and Bun. This is considered the hardest Nuzlocke. You just got to Mossy. Then I'm gonna skip this whole talk because I'm gonna assume that everyone that watched you also knows what Run and Bun is, what Run and Bun Nuzlocking is. Yeah. Hi everyone. So yeah, I'm on the final bit of calcing. I recognize his name from the staff room. Wait, then I know who you are as well, Aberforth, I think. Yes, I am in fact that Accurator. Thank you, and yeah, so, yeah, for the people that don't know me, I'm also global staff on Showdown. I'm, like, overseeing that a bit. Not right now, of course. Right now, I'm working on this stream. So, yeah, hope everyone's doing well. I'm gonna continue, like, walking my way through this. So far, my idea is consistent of a Heartstone level 58 Hisuian Arcanine, Sceptile, Caracosta, Dreadnought, Masquerain, and Turtonator. I might adjust because I noticed something I missed before. Anyway, so turn 1 would be a Rock Slide and a Detect on Sceptile. Thanks to how the interaction there works, I'm guaranteed to see single target moves into Sceptile. Then I would be the Entei coming in, seeing a kill into Sceptile with Sacred Fire. And we need to make sure that that doesn't happen, so we pivot out into Dreadnought. At least that's currently the idea. And against Dreadnought, Talonflame will see a kill. The one issue is, with that combination, I would have Incineroar plus Marowak be the final 2. And I don't quite know if I can make that work. That's what I'm looking at right now. But I think actually I might be able to. That it depends a bit on what happens from here. I need to look at what happens from here. That's kind of what I'm working on. So the first turn was Rock Slide and Detect. I see a Sludge Bomb and a Fire Blast or an Air Slash, and I kill with the Zart with a Rock Slide, and I hurt Salazzle. I see Entei come in, and he will see a fast kill on Sceptile. Turn 2, I will see Salazzle click Sludge Bomb or Heat Wave, or Endeavor. No, not Endeavor. Not Endeavor, because that doesn't see a kill. It will be Sludge Bomb or Heat Wave into the Sceptile slot, and the Entei will use Solar Beam or Sacred Fire into the Sceptile slot as well. I have Hisuian Arcanine level 58. So after the Heat Wave. If that were to crit, that would put me at 38 lower. So I would see a kill. Wait a second. I'm getting sidetracked for myself a bit, but if I Rock Slide, that's fine too, because a crit Heat Wave of Salazzle doesn't do enough to bring me in range of a Stone Edge, and thus it would not see a kill. So I could Rock Slide safely. Whether or not I want to, that's the next question. I'm gonna just put Slide back real quick. The one issue is Dreadnought would then also take a Sludge Bomb or Heat Wave and thus maybe be in range of Stone Edge. Is that true? I'm gonna double check that. I get Sacred Fire hit for 37. I get Sludge Bomb hit for 66. I said 37, right? 37, so 103. I would be at 72. And I could potentially take Burn, which was 10. And that would put him in range of Stone Edge as well. Yeah, because then I'd be 113, so I'd be at 62, so I am also in range of Stone Edge. And that you don't want to see. Unless... Okay, so... There's two things that can happen. If I turn 2, I take the E-Speed and Rock Slide. If I E-Speed only, then the Dreadnought would only take Sacred Fire and guarantee a Solar Beam. And I have some pivots then. I would also see Talonflame coming in as an outspeed, out damage, like a fast kill with Talonflame. The Incineroar is slower, so it will never come in, and the Marowak is after, so it will never come in either. So I would see 2 Solar Beams to the Dreadnought slot. I also know that because I didn't damage the Entei yet, I would not kill it the turn after with Rock Slide yet. I would have Heartstone, yeah. So from that point, I can bring in Sceptile. Taking this 2 Solar Beams, no, because Sceptile would see a kill. Would be, like, yeah, there would be a kill against it. Instead, I could bring in Turtonator, because that baits in the Marowak. Yes, I think that's it. So, Talon comes in. We pivot not to Mask, but to Turt, and we Rock Slide it. KOs Talon, hurts Entei. And then turn 4, we pivot. We see the... where was I? In comes Marrow. That should be Marrow always coming in, right? I'm gonna double check that. I have I take 2 Solar Beams from Entei and from Talonflame. They combine to deal like 25%. So Incineroar will never come in because he cannot see a kill with Darkest Lariat, and the Marowak does see a kill with Bone Ring every single time. So Turtonator comes in and baits Marowak. Doesn't Aloak come in when you KO Salazzle? No, it would not actually, because of the fact that while Salazzle... again, when Salazzle is KO'd, I would have Hisuian Arcanine and Dreadnought. Dreadnought outspeeds the Marowak right now. So it would be a slow kill, whereas the Talonflame with Solar Beam would be a fast kill. So Dreadnought... so Talonflame would be the first to come in instead. As a matter of fact, even if both were a fast kill, because Talonflame sees a kill with Solar Beam as well, it would always come in first. So yeah, I don't have to worry about the Alola Marowak at that point in time. I was thinking that Salazzle was seeing the Arcanine slot. That is something I forgot about. You're right. It's seeing the Arcanine slot, and it would always be Marowak that comes. It would be not Talon that comes in, it would be Marrow that comes in. You're right, I'm wrong. Thanks for the clarification. Then I need an Iron Ball on Dread. You're right, I'm wrong, and thanks for the fix. No, because I nearly made the same mistake myself. Okay. Yeah, I probably would have made that mistake too if I was too, like, railroaded on this idea. So yes, it is Marrow that comes in. And then I would want to... Is it then the case that I would want to Rock Slide instead? Because I would see Stone Edge. And on the opposite end, I would see Boomerang. Stone Edge or Solar Beam and Boomerang. Maybe Tort can then come in as a pivot. Because he can take a Boomerang and he can take a Solar Beam or Stone Edge. And guarantees bait the fire moves. He also baits the Talonflame, clicking Brave Bird or Flare Blitz. Yeah, that might actually work. Okay, so turn 3, because Marrow has come in. And we slide on turn 2. Even if we see Solar Beam, we see Solar Beam or Stone Edge. And both those will be fine. Iron Ball Dreadnought baits in, like, before anything else, the Arcanine baits in the Marrow, and he sees a fast kill, or slow kill on Arcanine, but he will see a fast kill on the Dreadnought if I give it an Iron Ball. Because he will be faster and therefore click Boomerang into Dreadnought. We could then switch to Torterra. Torterra can take the Boomerang and the Solar Beam or Stone Edge. And in the meantime, the Hisuian Arcanine KOs Entei and hurts the Marowak. I give it the Candy and I give it the Heartstone, and that way I'm guaranteed to deal enough damage. It might crit and therefore kill. That would be a trouble, but I don't think it's enough trouble. Can I handle it being 57? No, because then the Entei will not see a kill anymore. And I cannot have that happen. No, I want to make sure that that's safe, so I need to candy up Arcanine there. It also means that that Heat Wave would not be an issue, which was the main thing we would be worried about. So Dread, then we go to Tort. Tort baits the Flare Blitz on Marowak's end, and from Talonflame, random between Flare Blitz and Brave Bird. I could then go to Costa, while Hisuian Arcanine KOs both Talonflame and Marowak, meaning only the Incineroar would be left. So we pivot Tort. Dread takes Sacred plus Heat Wave Sludge Bomb. In comes Marrow on Hark. We pivot to Torterra and we Rock Slide. KOs Entei, hurts Marrow. If there's a crit there, that is fine, because I would see a fire move into Torterra, so I can handle that. From the Incineroar, to be specific. Is that true? No, that's not true. Okay, so... And I only have one Iron Ball. Does the AI see... What's that item called again? Lagging Till? It doesn't, right? Because it uses speed. It uses speed and not attack, so it wouldn't see that, actually. Yeah, so Lagging Till doesn't actually work for what I want to do. Okay, so that doesn't quite work out. But because I now take damage, could I use Costa instead? Because I would see Heat Wave and Sacred Fire at worst, dealing 30%? 30-ish. At worst. Which is enough to be in Boomerang range, so I don't need Dreadnought anymore, I can just use Costa instead. And Costa, at that point, will always bait Solar Beam, even if it's Sludge Bomb. Now, there's a small chance for it to be Stone Edge again. It will never be Sacred Fire, though. And on the Marowak end, in any case, both of them attack the Caracosta slot and I can protect. So, yeah. So I pivot Costa. Costa takes the Sacred Fire and the Heat Wave or the Sludge Bomb. In comes Marrow on Hisuian Arcanine. I just protect instead. I protect and I Rock Slide, I KO Entei and I hurt Marrow, and both will target the Caracosta slot with what I don't quite care, because both of them get like Thud into protect. In comes Talon, because Talon will see a fast kill, whereas Incineroar might, though. And if he does, is that a problem? Because I deal 58 and 69, so that might be a problem. Not a big one, though. Because if it sees a kill, if they see a kill, it would be Darkest Lariat probably seeing a kill. Because Alolan takes extra damage from Rock Slide the turn Entei dies. Right! Good point. Is that true? Because it would be... Slot 2 is, of course, the left slot. I always forget the order there. The left slot is slot 2. Right? I always forget that. The left slot is slot 2 for the opponent. Because you always see the left one switch in first. Actually, I had that video up just now. I should just look at that. History. If I look at, like, video, yeah, left slot is slot 2. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is. Okay, good to know. So, yeah, slot 2 would be coming in, so it would, in fact, the Marrow would, in fact, take boosted damage as if it's a single target move. And if I'm at 58 with a Heartstone in a single battle, I would not kill, but I would actually do enough to where the -1 would not care. Okay, so in comes Talon, maybe Incin. And if Incin comes in, Incin sees a kill into the Caracosta, and that's fine. Oh, and then Hisuian Arcanine would outspeed Incineroar and KO, outspeed both of them, and thus KO the Marowak before it could do any damage. The instant highest damage would be a kill. At the worst case, it would only be highest damage? It's not, it's guaranteed it could fake out Arc. You're probably right there. But I'd have to be in range of the move to begin with. Lariat when calcing in. No, true. No, you're very right on that. Definitely you're right on that. I'm just not sure if, like, would I be in range of it? That's maybe the better choice, better answer, better question to ask. If I get Sacred Fire and Sludge Bomb, I could get double crit, of course. 50 and might as well just actually look at the HPs. 40 and yeah, no, but for that you can give yourself a Lumberry. So that part I don't mind as much. So 40 and 78, so 118. I'd be at 38 HP. Before burn though. And I could be at 77 before poison. And poison would be 19. And I take an extra, so 38. If I'm poisoned, it's actually not a bad thing, though. Because then I would probably be in range every single time. I'd lose 38 HP, so I'd be at, like, 39. Yeah, no, so actually that would be fine. So if I give no item to Costa, and I would get poisoned. Actually, if I didn't get double crit and poisoned, would I not die like too early? 40. Yeah, I'd be at 38, so I'd actually die to the poison chip. If I get double crit and poisoned. Then I think the best course of action would be to give myself a Pecha. Because the moves that Marowak uses into Costa are not that relevant for me. So I give it a Pecha. Yeah. Pecha Costa. I could also give it a Lum. I think Lum would work equally well, but I'll do Pecha for the very simple reason that the burn would not change anything, the poison would. Because of Marrow, so turn 3, we have Protect and Rock Slide, KOs Entei and hurts the Marrow. It might even kill on a crit. If that happens, yeah. But in comes Talon, maybe Incin. If Incin comes in, like generally speaking, that means I'm well past the range of Darkest Lariat. I'm not going to be barely in range of Darkest Lariat, I believe. I think I'm never in range of Darkest Lariat. I will always actually die to Darkest Lariat. I think, but I'm not quite sure. It could also just be normal Sludge Bomb and normal Sacred Fire. Or like in crit Sacred Fire, something like that. 40 and... Like, I'm trying to see if there's any way that I would get into 49 to 58 range. That's it. If there is, then I need to find like a better way, like probably give it a Citrus. That would then be the option. Because Citrus would heal me for 38? 39, actually. So it'd always be at 39 HP. Sludge Crit with Sacred Fire Burn. Sludge Crit. Let's see, that would be 78. And a Sacred Fire. Actually, just Sacred Fire no burn would do the job then. Because that put me at 51. Which is in range, but not over the range. If it's like max roll crits. If I get burnt, it would actually be a good thing. I just have to not get, like, double crit, double max roll poison, so I don't die to it. I think Citrus is safer, but I'd have to dodge, what is that? I'd have to take the 35% chance of not getting statused. Because if I get, like, not crit, like, crit into not crit burn, and then I take 18 more damage, but I'd heal 39, so I would be out of Darkest Lariat range. Because I'd heal for 21, so I'd always be outside of it. Can also Heat Wave, so, like, yeah, so then, and then Citrus definitely makes it safer. Yeah, no, you're right. It's always like it's a low ass chance, and like at worst, I may need like as of right now, it looks like I just need 4 Mons anyway, so I can probably bring a backup in case that happens, right? I just need to bring a backup that works for the Marrow, like the Marrow plus Incin endgame when Talonflame has not been brought in yet. And that's a very specific line there that would happen. Okay, so we Rock Slide, KO's Entei, hurts Marrow, in comes Talon, maybe Incin. If Talon. Slide plus pivot. Mask, probably. Mask can take the Bone Meringue that's guaranteed to happen and the Solar Beam that's basically guaranteed to happen. And still keeps baiting moves from Incineroar, I believe. Maybe. Not sure, but even if it doesn't, that's fine too. Because I can just kind of pivot it out. To Dreadnought or to Tort. No, not Tort, but Dreadnought or Kingdra. Whatever I do, I'll probably be fine on that front. And so Slide, Pivot, Mask, and then it's 2v1 against Incin. I pivot to Dread, probably. Because Dread can take whatever it can do. And a combination, like a not boosted, like not intimidated Dread, and Arcanine Hisui can 1v1 the Incineroar. Heat plus Dread plus Hark 1v1 Incin. And if it's Incin that comes in first, Incin range kill. Let's assume that for now. Then we would see, because then he'd be somewhere between 49 and 58, meaning he's out of range of Flare Blitz. And thus I'd always see Bone Meringue still. Or maybe Poltergeist. No, because I'd probably have eaten... No, because then I would have eaten the berry already. So I'd always see Bone Meringue and maybe Darkest Lariat. Or Fake Out into Hisuian Arcanine. I could switch to, like, Torterra on the Bone Meringue plus Darkest Lariat. He can take it alright. And then... because he also is faster than Marowak Alola. So I could just kind of... I was gonna say just kind of Earthquake there, but that's not necessarily true. I would be baiting like the fire moves. I would be baiting the fire moves from Torterra. Yeah, no, if I EQ my own Arcanine, that would not be good. I'm very well aware. I was trying to see if I could, like, EQ while pivoting out Hisuian Arcanine and still kill both. I don't think I can, though. Because the Marowak is in slot 2. So the Incineroar would take, like, the reduced damage and thus never, always survive the EQ. So if Incin range kill, pivot Tort, Slide, and if the Rock Slide goes through, yay, we win anyway. Because then it's only Talonflame left, and Hisuian Arcanine can just kind of 1v1 from there. Pivot Tort, Slide. If Fake Out into Hark, because that's really the only line we need to worry about. Because if it's guaranteed kill, we can just kind of do this exact same line. Unless we're like in range of other things. But at that point, we'll look further. So if Fake Out into Hark, Slide, Pivot. What would I need to pivot to? Probably Dread. Pivot Dread. And Dread can kind of handle from there, probably. Dread can take the Overheat or Blaze Kick that he does. And outspeeds the Incineroar, so... But it would actually bait the Solar Beam. Okay, so I'm at 58. I use a Heartstone, but I'm at -1. That's barely not a kill into Talonflame, alright. I'd still do it. And 2 Rock Slide. 3 Rock Slides would KO the Incineroar. It's probably like Pivot Dread. In comes Talon. And I'd see a Solar Beam plus Darkest Lariat again. And at that point, I wouldn't have been clicked... Like, Faker would not have been clicked into Torterra, so I can bring Torterra back in once again to take the Solar Beam and the Darkest Lariat, right? That deals about 80, and the Boomerang, it's barely too much, but if I give it a Citrus, I'll be fine. In comes Talon, Pivot, Tort on Solar Beam plus Lariat. Slight with Hark. And then I can either like finish off the Incineroar with Wood Hammer because he should be low enough from 2 Rock Slides to be KO'd by it. Or do like another pivot because he'll probably Blaze Kick me and I can go back to Dreadnought and do it that way. Like, either way you slice it, I'll probably be fine from there. Slight with Hark. Finish from there. If Incin guaranteed kill, that's the final line I need to look at, because then we go back and it was Costa who was very low and thus in range of Darkest Lariat always. That means there's a chance for him to Flare Blitz on top of clicking Boomerang. I think that means we go to Dreadnought. No, I think it means we go to Masquerain and just hope. I think that's the safest I can make it. And Masquerain, let's be honest, I have a Gyarados, which does like the exact same thing Masquerain does, but better. So I'm okay sacking Masquerain at that point. I think that's how I would handle that at that point. But I'm also like, that's the smallest chance to happen. It would mean that I like got double crit and poisoned and everything. Basically. I might even just be in fake out range at that point though. So maybe. It's not likely, but it's a chance that I'm even in fake out range at that point if I get like that unlucky. I think we're good. It's Citrus Tort. It's no longer Turtonator. It's Dread. And I'll also give a Citrus to Costa. And that should be everything I need, right? I think I have everything then. Dread did not need anything, but I'll give it a Frost to maybe help out with Incineroar a bit better. Basically, yeah. I think I'm good. I think this should work, and I think I'm battle ready. Let's go take a look. Let's hope this goes well, and I think it should, but you can't be too sure ever, you know? So who do we need? We need Grant. We need Viola. We need Wake. We need Silent over here. And that's everyone we need. Then we're gonna quickly extract the items. just have everything, and then we're gonna give everyone their items, which is a Heartstone on you, a Citrus on you, Citrus, a Citrus on Costa, and a Rost on Dreadnought. A Rost on Dreadnought, and now we need to like level up Silent all the way to 56. It is gonna take a while. I know, yeah, it needs to be in slot 1. No, he should be in slot... Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. He should be in slot 1. You're right. I should put him in slot 1, not slot 2. I had written down in slot 2, but that's because of the fact that I had it initially such that the marrow was going to come in early, and that's no longer what I want. So, we're going to quickly candy him up. Silent. Let's get you all the way up. Bullet Seed. Mega Drain. I'm just going to get rid of something. Use Everstone. Yeah. Probably for the sake of speed, that's better. Yeah, you're right. I'll do that real quick. Probably makes this just a bit faster. 15, 16, 17. Pursuit. Sure, might as well, but I'm probably gonna get rid of it anyway. So what moves did I want again on Sceptile? I had something written down for it. I don't remember what it was. Right, it was Leaf Blade. I need to get him up to all the way up to 32. That's when I'm gonna evolve it. No, it is only learned by Grovyle, right? Grovyle learns it at 33. So right now is when we're gonna get rid of the Everstone for a bit. And we're gonna go ahead and go back to leveling. Silent gets leveled up right now to get a Leaf Blade. Alright. And we're gonna get rid of Leer. And we're gonna get the Everstone back on it. Everstone. Onto you. And Endless Candy one more time, all the way up. Synthesis. I think I'll get rid of Pursuit for now, but I think Synthesis is gonna be gone after. Real quick. Grass Whistle, no. And then here at 49, it gets Detect. And I will get rid of Magical Leaf for Synthesis. I think I'm gonna get rid of Synthesis right now. I think Magical Leaf will have a bit more use, and if I want to use the Synthesis Grass type, I have Ramos. And Sceptile, when does he get Energy Ball again? Does he get anything if I evolve him early here? Not really, so I'm gonna just get the level 54. I'm gonna get Silent to 54. Energy Ball over Giga Drain. I want him to be a powerhouse more than anything. And now we're gonna get rid of the Everstone. And finally, we need to be a bit safer here. Sceptile is apparently the best grass type in the game. I've heard that before. It being the best grass type in the game is twofold. One, it has Detect, making it a good, like, baiting mon. And on the other hand, it's like one of the fastest grass types, and with Overgrow, it has quite a lot of power. I have a really bad Sceptile, though, because mine is sassy with low like low attack and special attack IVs, so I'm not as fond of it. But yes, I've definitely heard that it can be very, very good. Alright. Let's hope that this works. I think it should. I think at worst I lose like 1 Mon. Right, I wanted to candy Arcanine. Thank you for reminding me. I was gonna do it, like, I'm always have like a double check when I'm right there. But it's good that you remind me. Hamilton at 58. Because that means I get outside of some ranges I would not get otherwise. Like, it means that a Heat Wave crit will not put me in Stone Edge range from the Entei, and that the Rock Slide with the Heartstone barely does more than 50% onto Entei. So, like, for both of those reasons, the candy was kind of necessary. Otherwise, there's a lot of volatility that I could not avoid without the rare candy. Okay, and then we need to go here. No, the other one. No, it is. I am in the right one. I always forget the layout of this gym. Here we are, Flannery. Yeah. So this is the team. Quick overview: Silent and Grant are gonna be the Protect Mons. Hamilton is gonna be our main damage dealer, meaning he probably takes all 6 KOs. Maybe 5, but at least 5. And then there's Costa, Torterra, Masquerain, and Dreadnought, all of which are just kind of there to help out in the baiting to make sure that Hamilton can just Rock Slide unperturbed. The lead here is Sceptile and Hamilton. I'm gonna walk myself through it one more time, partially to like guarantee myself. Hamilton getting 6 KOs on Flannery. Say it ain't so. Man, it's so original to have that happen. It's probably never happened before. Yeah, Sceptile in slot 1 to make sure that the baiting goes right. First turn, I Rock Slide and then Detect. All moves go into Silent, and I don't have to worry about like some spread damage. And then after I KO the Charizard, which happens turn 1, the Entei comes in because it sees a fast kill on Silent with Sacred Fire. Hamilton, turn 2, Rock Slice. What a surprise. I switch to Carracosta to take the Sacred Fire and the Heat Wave or the Sludge Bomb. I want to see, like, it doesn't quite matter what I see, but I need to see one of those. I need to see both of those, so I can't really outspeed the... It's not an option for me to outspeed the Salazzle with extreme speed. I need to see the full damage onto Carracosta. Marowak comes in because he sees a slow kill on Hisuian Arcanine, whereas the rest doesn't see a kill. I protect with Carracosta. I Rock Slide. That KOs the Entei and hurts the Marowak. Talonflame is probably going to come in. If it's Incineroar that comes in, it's going to be a little bit more dicey. We'll see in due time. Most likely Talonflame, maybe Incineroar. We will see. If Talon comes in, we just Rock Slide again and we pivot to Masquerain. If Incineroar comes in, we instead pivot to Torterra. And from there, we'll see it as we go. We should be safe. At worst, we lose Masquerain, but everything should be fine here. I hope. One last check. Order is correct. Okay. Gym 5, Flannery time. Here we go. Welcome. No, wait. Puny trainer. Yeah, whatever. Like, Flannery is just kind of a very new trainer, and she just kind of is insecure, you can tell. But the insecurity cannot be because of her team, because that is powerful. But it's very frail, at least. Charizard and Salazzle is our lead. And on my end, it's Silent and Hamilton. Silent is going to Detect. It's going to be the main move he clicks like most of the fights you will see him. Detect. Rock Slide is going to KO the Charizard and hurt the Salazzle. Charizard Mega Evolves, thus setting up the Sun. Here it is. Yep. And there's a Drought from Charizard. But because neither of them actually calced with Drought in mind, both of them will single target Silent with Sludge Bomb and Fire Blast or Air Slash respectively. Air Slash this time. Okay. And Rock Slide. It's gonna hurt. Charizard is gonna be going down. And Salazzle is gonna go to like either Sash with the crit or just very low respect regardless. Without a crit? Without a crit? Damn. I did not know that it would deal that much damage. Oh, the double glitch thing. The slot 2 glitch thing. Right. Yep, spread damage bug. That's the name I was looking for. Entei comes in. Entei sees a kill on Silent with Sacred Fire. And Salazzle sees one with a random move at this point. We go to Grant. Grant can take both moves. And Hamilton, guess what? He Rock Slides. Heat Wave. Okay, that actually, I believe that makes his fight fully safe. That crit is not gonna matter. That crit should not matter. Sacred Fire. I'm gonna double check that one more time, but I believe it should not matter. Okay, the burn is whatever. So that is Entei going down quite a fair bit. Yeah, no, I know I said that the crit isn't going to matter because of the candy, but I am just someone who is second-guessing myself every single time. I'm very much a novice on, like, hard Nuzlocke, and therefore, like, I always, like, did I see that correctly? Did I say that correctly? And, like, I always second-guess myself. But 162 at level 58. The Stone Edge here is never going to see a kill, right? Yeah, 162 is not the max damage, is 158. Well, Granite's going to protect and Rock Slide. So yeah, Hamilton is going to take kill number 3. There's a Solar Beam and there's the Boomerang. Or maybe just a flinch. We'll see. But Marowak is going to target Grant anyway with its fast kill Boomerang. There's a spread damage bug. Silent gets some experience. Hamilton as well. Grant nothing. Boomerang, Grant protected itself. At 92, with the burn I should go to like 80, 84? 83? 83. And that means I'm outside the range of the Incineroar, therefore Talonflame comes in. Both of them see a kill into Grant. It's going to be a, I want to make sure that I say correctly, a Boomerang and a, it's a Boomerang or maybe a Poltergeist, and it's definitely going to be a Solar Beam on the Talonflame's end. Viola can take both of them, and Rock Slide is going to take 2 kills. Intimidate, it's nice, it's not going to do anything. Talonflame here is going to Solar Beam, and that's going to be the first move you see. There it is. Perfect. Life Orb Chip, whatever. Huh, that actually makes something safer on the backhand if something were to go awry, but whatever. And that's 2 kills on Hamilton. And now it's a 2v1. It's only the Incineroar left. Viola, Grant, and the Sunlight. Alright. Now, I don't know what Incineroar does this turn. It's gonna be either Fake Out into Hamilton, or a random move into Viola between Overheat, Blaze Kick, and Fake Out. Thankfully, we have something that can take everything, and it is Wake. Also Ramos, not Ramos, Grant, but doesn't really matter. And we Rock Slide. And that is a sign that he used the fire move. Overheat. Okay. And now, one more turn remains. Between the two, Hisuian Arcanine is slightly faster. But even if it is, it's not going to kill without a crit. I'm going to Rock Slide, and I'm going to Rock Slide as well with Hamilton. If Hamilton crits, he gets all 6 kills. If he doesn't, Wake gets the last one. Well, it was 5 kills, not 6. Darn. But that is a Deathless Flannery, and a very quick one. I think I only prepped that for like maybe an hour? Which for gym leader is very slow. Very fast, I mean. Flannery defeated! 5 gyms. And that means this region is gonna open up massively. Also, flamethrower. Very good TM. 3 battles before Surf Sim. Yeah. There's no fight here, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna assume she's not gonna fight me. That's not what's in the base game. You missed Flannery. Unfortunate. Right! I get the opportunity to Mega Evolve. I completely forgot about that. I don't know if I have many Megas. I don't think I have many, actually. I don't remember off the top of my head. But Megas are now available, and Surf is going to be available very, very soon. And there's a new level cap, of course. I'm not going to, like, level everyone up yet. As long as I don't have to, I don't want to. Let's see. Mega-wise, I have Gyarados. And Camerupt. I believe that's all. Oh, no, Sceptile is not available. I know that. Oh, I'm Ampharos. Right, I knew I forgot one. I don't have a Beedrill. This is my entire box. I lost 4 Mons so far, but I do still have Route 118. As a matter of fact, I might as well just show this off. My encounter list. It's after erratic weather, Cameron's and Magma Hideout. So yeah, that's gonna take a while. First off, Winona Split is up next. I believe I need to go to the house on the beach on Route 108, right? And for some new Malvo and goes really hard on Bridge Rival. I believe that. For now, I want to show off this. Yeah, there it is. So, looking back a bit, I saved up quite a few of my encounters. I have Slateport still available. I have Petalburg still available. That one in particular is really, really nice. And on top of that, I still have like New Marvel, Route 118, and like from there, there's a bunch that's upcoming. New Marvel, Route 134, 105, 108, the Abandoned Ship, Route 119. There's like a crap ton that I can do in a little bit. So the encounter table is gonna like break wide open. For now, there's not really an encounter I can go get quite yet. I think the main thing I really want to do... First off, I also want to check, like, what's the game corner like right now? I can get a Larvitar or a Beldum. Okay. Not doing that, but okay, good to know. 50-50 Beldum Larvitar, yeah. Exactly. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at the next fights. It's three here, and then a lot of people go for Winona Batch Game Corner. I don't think that's a weird thing, because from what I have seen, the encounter there, the Dino Dratini or the Dreepy, I believe it was, Dino Dratini or Gibble maybe. Bagon or Dino. Yeah, that sounds very good. And with the Mind Batch one, that's one gonna come quite late. Game Corner Hydreigon is insane. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, the Dragonite in particular, I'm pretty sure I can actually dupe out. The Dragonite, I have, I believe I have like an order of operations where I guarantee a Dragonite at Lily Cove, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% of that. I need to look at that later, but I believe that's true. I looked ahead for that a bit. It's, because let's go over these. Scorched Slap is Golisopod, Slowking, or Grimer, or Muckalola. The Slowking, I can guarantee from Slateport. I did not fish in Slateport, therefore I can surf there and guarantee a Slowbro or a Slowking for myself. Yeah, and I can repel trick the other 3 away. That means I can guarantee a Grimer, Alola, or Blastoise at Fari Zone. There was a way for me to, like, Lily Cove, and that means I have a Muck Alola, probably. And I can increase those odds through Route 120's fishing encounter, or even guarantee it through the... No, there's Overquill there. It's like, there's between, like, Route 120 and I believe Abandoned Ship. Yeah. I believe it's, like, a combination of Abandoned Ship, Route 120, and Scorched Slab, by which I can get, like, basically a guaranteed Muck Alola, and thus I can guarantee a Dragonite by surfing a Lily Cove. I believe it was, like, something like that. I don't know the exact details, but it was something like that. So yes, I should have a guaranteed Dragonite. I should definitely have a guaranteed Golisopod. And that one I'm really happy about too. Because Golisopod, like, from every single run I've seen, it's, like, one of the most skill-testing Mons. And, like, one of the most, like, one of the best utility Mons you can possibly get. So I would love to use it. So for now, first off, I want to check what my level cap is. I believe it's like 60 now, right? Mine died on Mount Pyre in a very unfortunate situation. Mount Pyre is like one of the hardest ones to... Yeah, 65 even. Oh, wow. I should have that somewhere. Let's see, it's here, and then... Pyre attack. Mount... Really? Oh, that is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. Okay, the level cap for... Yeah, it's Shelly now, and it's 65. Shelly's the next level cap, and at 65. Okay, well, that should make the next one quite easy. Ooh, I see the... Looking at the next trainer, there's, like, a fun little side quest. And pre-damage such as Icicle Spear always put me under half, but that Rock Blast wouldn't kill me, and then the 4th Icicle Spear put me exactly half. Ah. Okay, that sounds... Yeah, that sounds like the worst possible outcome, so the Recored and my Citrus took me above exit range. Oh! Right. Yeah, no. I get it. I get what you mean. Yeah, that sounds unfortunate. Okay, well, if everyone can get to 65, I'm gonna do an export real quick. And I'm gonna first do it manually. Like, I'm just gonna set everyone manually. And as a result, it left and had to come in later, and the Luxray saw 1/3 into crit to KO Golisopod, or it lived. Gotcha, okay. Tuber Simon would be the next. I don't really want to level Sceptile, so I'm gonna assume no on that. Suian Arcanine, definitely. I can tell you're still salty about it, definitely. And I don't blame you, to be clear. I think it's fair to be salty about that, because that's very unlucky. A surf train and a surf sim. Thank you. Have a good night. See you around April 4th. Thank you for joining, and thank you for the bit of assistance there. Actually, I feel my throat being a bit sore, so I'm gonna quickly take a break myself. Just, like, get a drink, get my lunch, and I should be back in a couple of minutes. Like, give me, like, 5 minutes to quickly get a lunch and some drink. And then we're gonna take a quick look into how to get Surf, basically. How to get the Mega Stones, and, like, everything else I want to get. Yeah. Alright, see you in a bit. Alrighty. We're back. I'm mostly just working on, like, updating everything on the back end. For now, like, quickly launching, of course, but also kind of looking at what my movesets would look like after leveling everyone up. And, like, I'm not committing to everything yet. Naturally, I'm just kind of doing it on the calcing side. But, you know, good to do, still, right? So, looking over everyone, it's just kind of... what moves do I want for everyone? I think I found, like, most of what I would want. There's a few, like, maybes I have. Like, for example, Raichu Alola can get Extreme Speed and Volt Tackle. Volt Tackle I definitely do want. I have a physically leaning Raichu Alola. But Extreme Speed I'm not quite sure about. It's not like I need that priority specifically, right? Did I do Assuming Arcanine as well? Didn't quite yet. He gets Flare Blitz. Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping I would see. Masquerain got nothing anymore, except I'm gonna keep. Dreadnought doesn't get anything anymore, I know that. Torterra, so where was I? Orbeetle. I believe Orbeetle gets U-turn now, which is a very, very, very good move to have. Yup, it gets U-turn. I think I get rid of Struggle Bug for that, but I don't quite know yet. Bug Buzz. It might even just be Reflect, because I have Intimidators out the wazoo. I'll do Reflect for now, but I'm not sure if that's gonna stay, right? Salazzle, I believe that's already gotten everything it could get. Yup. Pyroar, same deal, I believe. Yep. And then Amphi, I believe gets Dragon. Oh, it doesn't. It does get Thunderbolts. I'll get rid of Discharge for that for now. For now being a bit of a keyword, but yeah. And then Dragon Pulse is 66, so not quite yet, but probably soon. Torkoal doesn't get anything, but I'm not going to level him up. Gyarados, I believe, does get something, but I don't remember what it was. Aqua Tail. And Thrash. Well, Thrash is not a relevant move, but Aqua Tail might be. Currently has Swagger. I will not... like, Swagger is not a good move. It was there as a tech for a Wobbuffet specifically, but yeah. And there's the Turtonator, who gets gets Overheat, but not Draco Meteor. I think I get rid of Explosion for the for Overheat. His Rapid Spin is still good. I'll do that for now. It doesn't really need to remain that way anyway, right? I can always choose later. Berserker gets Bula Punch, right? I would get rid of Foul Play, I guess. Mightyena doesn't get anything, I know that much. Lycanroc doesn't get anything if I'm not mistaken. Nope. So that's also just a straight level. Zoroark does get something, that I do remember. Zoroark gets, like, I believe Night Days now. It does. Is that better than Suck or Knockoff? I'm gonna get rid of Fake Tears for now, keyword being for now. Because I might just get rid of knockoff for it. It's good utility, but yeah. Octillery, I believe that's getting Water Spout now. Yep, Water Spout. I'll get rid of Bullet Seed for that, probably. Same with Gunshot. And I believe the Avalux don't get anything new since the last one. Correct. Okay, so I'm not gonna update that. I will actually copy this real quick so I can make it into a paste bin. I should have like a "this is my team" paste bin, like, quick link here. Post Flannery. I feel like that would be nice to have, but yeah, whatever. What was I looking at? Right. So we have this next fight, which would be at Route 109, I believe it is. Seashore House. Let's call it that. Sure. As you can see, I've been, like, decently keeping up with my notes, mostly since the Wind Straits. So, Seashore House. That's where we are. That's where we're headed, at least. And that has Simon and Johanna, however you want to call that in English, and Dwayne. Simon, Johanna. I was saying you could tell, but you can't because I didn't have this up. Here we go. And Dwayne. Anyway, we were at Simon. That's what we need to do first now. Simon is a team of 6. All 3 of them are. And the Floatzel in particular has Switcheroo for a Flame Orb. So it has a side quest, and a side quest you really want to do. Preferably in a way that it doesn't get knocked off straight after. And the best way to handle that, what would that be? Probably through Salazzle. Oh wait, it's so assuming Sun. So let's fix that. Orbeetle? Oh, I see that I failed putting this right. Should be U-turn. I can fix that. Let me fix that real quick. Where is the Orbeetle? Orbeetle at 65. It's not going to be burned. It's going to have you turn. There we go. So I think the best way to handle it, because Orbeetle is slower than Floatzel, so I just lead with Orbeetle probably. You can take everything decently well. Kingdra can too, actually. Let's use Kingdra instead. Because you want to make sure that you kind of handle the rest decently well. And I think Torterra just kind of does that alright. You can handle the Azumarill quite well. provided it doesn't switch on Ice Punch at least. You can handle the Dene alright. It's a good. Yeah, even though it has that Pataya Berry, but you can kind of Giga Drain to work your way around that. Stall Ender out a bit with Synthesis, and Ender is just a move. It doesn't click in a row, I believe. And Zangoose, you just Wood Hammer, Earthquake. Persian, yeah, okay, I do need to be wary of the recoil, but for the most part, it just kind of looks like Torterra can just solo this fight alright. So I just kind of need to look at specifics. So, first off, side quests, get Flame Orb. You can burn in the gym, but having the Flame Orb means you can burn even fire types. Thanks to, like, finding Soakmons, and to make sure that I say correctly, like, burn in gyms. For Gutsmons and all that jazz, right? So, first off, we have the Floatzel. And I do have Gyarados that Heart Walls it. But I think I'm gonna go lead with Orbeetle. And just U-turn, hope he switcheroos, and if he doesn't, fine. The Floatzel cannot get burnt anyway, so... yeah, and then I can just kind of... I don't know... switch to Gara, probably. I do need to be wary that I cannot take, like, 2 crits with Orbeetle. Is there a way to make Switcheroo higher odds? If AI is holding one of the following... Toxic Orb, Flame Orb, Black Sludge, +7. Okay. 50-50 to be +7, so it's a small chance. It's like a... It's a low chance. Is there an alternative, maybe? I mean, Kingdra. I think I just pivot that into Kingdra to just kind of handle it that way. Nah, Gara works just as well. I just kind of wait until he switcheroos, and once he does, I hard pivot to... I was gonna say Sceptile, but maybe... It's probably Zoroark. Or Talon. Not Talon. Probably. It's probably... Pardon me. I was gonna say maybe Raichu, but that's not quite the option either. It's probably just Zoroark, because he outspeeds. And also get rid of my Tricos and Groviles, because I already have the Sceptile. Sceptile is just too slow. Like, if this was instead, like, Hasty, that's such a difference already. Anyway. Maybe... Ampy? I guess Ampy with Thunder Wave is not a bad shout. Yeah, I think Ampy with Thunder Wave is not a bad shout at all. Probably do that instead. Because I slow U-turn, right? So I can take the hit, and then Thunder Wave, and if he Aqua Tails me, fine. If he Switcheroos me, fine as well, because Ampharos doesn't care about getting burned. I can then Thunder Wave it,
While after he does his move, and I Thunderbolt for heavy death and for KO, that will bait in Dedenne, or no, it will just bait Zangoose, which means I need to pivot to something that can resist him, which is probably Hisuian Arcanine. Actually, I say that, but that's not true per se, because after the Aqua Tail, like, I could have the Aqua Tail, just one Aqua Tail. And then the Retaliate will not KO me. Actually, no, even then, Retaliate just looks like it hurts. So it will definitely Retaliate me. And I can take that with Hisuian Arcanine and Outspeed and KO. I outspeed by 1 point. Wow. Still good enough, but wow. That baits in Azumarill, clicking Aqua Jet for sure. I can go to Tort on the Aqua Jet, or maybe even Sceptile. No, not Sceptile, it needs to be Tort. Tort. And Tort can just 1v1 with Wood Hammer and or Giga Drain. If I'm in range, I'm instantly in range of Ice Punch, so I Wood Hammer. And that will bait in the Dedenne just down the line. So I can just kind of Giga Drain it, stall it out a bit. Yeah, okay, I think that works. Okay. So let's go write stuff down. It is Orbital, Ampy, Hark, Tort so far. So lead, Orb, U-turn into Ampy. Ampy kills or T-Waves if no Flame Orb, if no Switcheroo yet. In comes Zangoose. Kill after. And we just hope to see it, like, in time. It should generally be likely, but if I am in trouble, if I get, like, close to being in trouble, which I can, like, extend my wait by pivoting back to Orbital if needed, to stall if needed, kill after with Ampy. In comes Zangoose, pivot, Hark, CC. In comes Azu, pivot, Tort, Hammer. With the Hammer and the double Aqua Jet, which is probably what's gonna happen, I would have taken like 60 to 70% though. So none will see a kill though, so it will still be the Dedenne that comes in. The Dedenne comes in, Synth, Giga, stall out, endure, and kill before it gets kill before Bataya. Then just down the line, so Persian comes in, and might Hypnosis me, which is kind of troublesome. That's like the one thing I need to be wary of. But because of the fact that Zoro, like, Of course it sees more damage. It's Dark Aura again. Stop with that, seriously. No wonder it seems so strong. It's not Dark Aura, it is just illusion. There we go. Better. Maybe Berserker? Lycanroc? Chesto Lycanroc just kind of handles it alright. High horsepower into Excel Rock, right? Hisuian Arcanine kind of does the same, and he can afford to have it still. Because I'd only take like the Retaliate. It's boosted, but not toxic boosted. So it'd be like 50% at most. And then even the +2 Hyper Voice won't kill me, and I can CC or Flare Blitz for hefty damage back. Yeah, Persian comes in. EQ, if slept, pivot, Hark. If he subs up, I might be in trouble, but yeah, I'll manage. Yeah, I'll manage. I might just kind of... There's even an argument to be had that just Torterra could just kind of wait for to wake up, right? And then Giga Drain. And work its way from there. In comes Ludi. If he wants to click a water move, I think I just go to Mask in any case. Or maybe just, no, it's not Mask, it's Gera. And Gera holds the, do you have the, what's the item called again? Where is it? There it is. The, like, accuracy boosting item, White Lens, that's the one. Cause bounce is 95%, right? 95, so a White Lens would do the trick. Okay, so White Lens Gera. White Lens Gera just kind of walls, like handles with Ludicolo 1v1. The Persian I kind of need something for, still. But the Dedenne and the Azumarill I can just kind of handle very easily with Tort. The Zangoose I do with Hisuian Arcanine. And so I just need something to help work with the, or help handle the Persian. I don't have Insomnia or something, so that's not quite the option I would want it to be. But I think between like Tort and Hisuian Arcanine and maybe like Lycanroc, I'll probably manage. I think both can take the Hyper Voice even at +2 as a crit. Hell, even at +4, Lycanroc can take it, so Chesto Lycan, Chesto Hark, Lepatort, and itemless Ampion Orbeetle. I think these 6 just kind of do the trick. Alright, let's go. Gordy. I don't need Silent. I want to deliberately get Mela, keep Mela at a low level. Same goes for Grant. Also gonna quickly grab the items. And we are battle ready, by the way. And let's get the rest of the team, being Elisa, Hamilton, I want Misty, and I want Berg. And Wake can sit this one out still. Okay, and everyone is gonna get leveled up real quick. Gordy goes to 65 without getting anything. Same goes with Ramos. Hamilton is gonna get Flare Blitz here at 64, which is gonna replace Heat Wave. And Lisa is gonna go and get Thunderbolts. I will get rid of, I think, Discharge for now, right? Both kind of do the same thing, but like one is spread, of course, and one isn't. Like, if one of the main battles you want her for, like want Elisa for, is the Bridge Rival. And the Bridge Rival in particular, I think you want spread damage. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of Dragon Breath for now. I don't think I need the Dragon Stab quite yet. And 65, that's all he gets. And at 60, Berg gets U-Turn, which is an incredible move for this game. Considering this is mostly a support mon, I don't think Bug Buzz does an awful lot. That's, like, I generally probably prefer to hit Struggle Bug over Bug Buzz, so I'm gonna get rid of Bug Buzz for now. And that's everything Berg gets, and Misty also gets Aqua Tail and Thrash. Thrash is not gonna be a move I click ever, but Aqua Tail might be. And it's definitely a move I will consider here, over Swagger specifically. Swagger was a very niche tech to help out against the Wobbuffet. I don't know if I still need that. My best guess is no, but I don't know for sure. I'm also going to quickly take a look at like the TMs, if I cannot just get it back, you know? There's Swagger. Oh, no, you cannot. Okay. Did I not get Flash? I don't know. I'm just gonna cross it off for myself real quick, just in case. And then there's the Mega Stones. That's something I need to worry about later. I think I prefer Swagger. I think I prefer the option to handle Wobbuffets more than the slight power boost of Aqua Tail. I'm not confident in this choice, but I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stick with Aqua Tail, basically. Okay, then we're gonna heal. And we are gonna head back down south. Which means through here. gonna just speed up through this process because it just takes too long otherwise. You'll see me like hit a bunch of shit, that's whatever. And rock smash. And we made it down here. One city down. And hi there, you have something for me. You want me to... I've got the Marvel key for you here, so you can get to New Marvel. I'm not gonna get there quite yet, because I don't have Surf. And we go on to the bike trail. Cycling road, that is. And down. And we made it all the way down again. Almost at Slateport, where I will be using my heal. Did I heal already? Actually, I did. I didn't give everyone items, though. Okay, so now we just go down to the beach house, which is here. Okay, so first off, let's give everyone the items they need. It's a chesto berry for you, a chesto berry for you, a wide lens for you, one of the rare, like, one of the items I barely ever use, but good to have nevertheless, and Ramos wants a Lepa. And that should be everything. Alright, let's get this first fight going. On the way to getting Surf. And the first one is Tuber Simon over here. I can show you how great my Pokemon are, but don't cry. It's okay to cry. Sometimes. Alright, Simon, he leads with a Floatzel. This Floatzel has a side quest for me. This Floatzel here has a Flame Orb and Switcheroo. Flame Orb is a great way to do two things. One, burn in gyms, and two, burn fire types. Through like soak shenanigans. We're gonna U-turn here, hoping to see the Switcheroo. And we already do, so perfect. We don't even get Bird with Bird, which is all the better. And then we are gonna go to Elisa. That U-turn did a lot, wow. And we're gonna Shockwave because it doesn't matter which of the three we use. Oh, it missed the Aqua Tail. That is an issue. Because that changes the order a little bit. It shouldn't matter too much, but we'll see if I'm mistaken on that. I believe it should be Dedenne now? Azu. Azu does see now damage, huh? It's gonna Play Rough me or Aqua Tail me. And Ramos can take both. I'm just gonna go about it the same way I would otherwise, but ever so slightly differently ordered. Okay, so Play Rough, just don't. Okay, well that's annoying. Because now at -1, it no longer sees -1. Oh, it does see still that I can kill it. But it's a range. So there's a small chance for him to Ice Punch me. And I cannot really afford that to happen. So we're gonna do a pivot through Misty. Misty has a few turns remaining. Like, as long as he doesn't get frozen, I'm fine, but even if he does, I can probably finagle my way out of this anyway. And this was more likely to happen in any case. Now it's definitely gonna Play Rough me again. And I will do like a pivoting line to get Ramos back in safely. Hamilton is gonna be the first of that line, because he's gonna Play Rough me now. Okay, that is another attack drop. That's annoying. But now you should Aqua Jet or Aqua Tail me. I believe Aqua Jet even. No, Aqua Tail. So Ramos can take that. And there's the Aqua Tail. I'm at 81. The Ice Sponge is still a guaranteed kill, but we can synthesis now safely. And once we get outside of the outside of Ice Punch range, we're fully good, which we are now. You can just Giga Drain. Okay, take the Aqua Jet. Like from here, it's always gonna Aqua Jet because it doesn't see a kill anymore. So we're good to go, and we can just kind of finish off this 1v1 easily. I out-heal the damage from Aqua Jet with Giga Drain anyway, so... yeah. I believe there is actually... I'm not quite sure what's going to come in. I believe it might be Zangoose, but I'm not sure. It's either going to be Zangoose with Retaliate seeing an out damage, but it doesn't. It's going to be the Dedenne that comes in then. If I'm not mistaken. Alright. Everyone got their experience. Dedenne. Okay, I am right. There's a 40% chance that it endures here. I don't know the Endure AI exactly. I will look up if there is anything about it. There is not. I believe it's just random then. So I'm going to Giga Drain. And we're just going to kind of wait. Like either till we guarantee there's no longer a Endure. I'm gonna just real quick see if like anyone knows it. If people know it in the RnB Discord. Endure AI. Is it just +6? Let's see. I believe... looking at it, I believe there's just no... it's just +6 every single time. So we're just gonna hope he doesn't click it this turn. Good. Alright. About that well. Oops, sorry about that. Alright, that's the Dene down. Now it should be the Zangoose just down the line. And he's gonna retaliate on me, which deals 50%-ish damage. And meaning 109 at most. And I take 25.2 recoil from Woodhammer, which is, let's double check that. I would deal 167 divided by 3, if I'm not mistaken, so 55. Is that Woodhammer recoil? I'm gonna double check that. I always forget if it's like 1/3 or quarter. Okay, I need to just look it up elsewhere. Woodhammer, 33%. Okay, so I am right. Don't do that, please. So it's 55, maybe 56, and the retaliate here is gonna deal 109. So plus 109, 164, maybe 165. I'm above 165. I can Woodhammer safely here. I'm gonna triple check that because that's really, really, really close. Retaliate is at most 109 damage. I would be at 57 then. So, and the Woodhammer recoil is at most 56. So I can Woodhammer here. Right? Don't tell me I'm wrong, please. Okay, 63, I'm definitely fine. Because this wood hammer recoil is not going to be enough to KO me back. 8, yeah. So now the next that sees a fast kill is going to come in, which is the Persian. And this way, I guarantee that I'm not coming in on Hypnosis. I forgot about Unnerve. It's not going to be much of an issue. I have got enough priority to not care about it too much, but I forgot to heal Hamilton. Huh. I thought I did heal, but apparently I didn't. I should have free poisoned then. Based on what can happen here then, I'm gonna E-speed it. Because I'm not gonna take that much damage from Hyper Voice, so I prefer to just kind of get it down. So like yeah. I am now asleep. And he's either gonna substitute or Hyper Voice against me. I'm gonna just like stall out the sleep turns, probably. Because I'm pretty sure that that works just fine. Okay, come on, wake up, Hamilton. Hyper Voice, yeah. That doesn't do enough, so I don't care. Extreme Speed, there we go. Could have Flare Blitz there, I guess. Doesn't quite matter, though. It's gonna be another Hyper Voice. And that means he's barely outside of guaranteed extreme speed range. Which is fine. Even if I don't kill him yet, I still have Lycan Rock in the back. Or get crit. Nice. That just makes it easier. Then here comes Ludi. Ludi here is going to click Waterfall or Earthquake. Because both of them see a kill. I'm going to go to Misty. Misty can take both. And Intimidate it very easily, making it... Oh yeah, its own tempo, so not quite. That said, though, I still wall it very easily. And I am just going to bounce on it. Jump up. And go back down. Next turn. There it is. Nice! Side quest complete. And fight in general complete. Let's get a heal in. Yeah, these three are probably not the hardest. Kind of, again, natural when you just went up to the level cap, like a new level cap, and everything else is kind of scales a bit more linearly. So, next up, we have Beauty Johanna. However you want to call this in English again. Johanna looks fine to do as well. Let's take a look. Gonna get to my Johanna page. And first off, we have the Nidoqueen. As long as we outspeed and can KO it, which I cannot with Aqua Tail because I don't have it, but I could with Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump, what's the accuracy on that again? Hydro Pump is 80. Okay, so that's not quite enough. So I don't have a fast kill on it. On that Nidoqueen. But I can guarantee that he Sludge Waves me. Because oh wait, I'm faster though, but even if I am, if I'm like low enough, that's still gonna be most likely Sludge Wave, right? Or is it? That's yeah, that's a chance to still be T-Spikes. I don't know if it matters, because I have Torterra and Sceptile, and those two should probably handle most of this fight decently well. If I put him in Overgrow range. What's overgrow range again? Is it 25? What's overgrow range? At 1/3 or less. Okay, so it was already at 1/3, so that makes sense. Okay. If I give this a miracle seed, unfortunate. I think Torterra being brought in at the right time just kind of sweeps. Because he outspeeds all of Primarina, Milotic, and Torterra, and Lapras, and Okos them. And at full HP, I'm gonna Earthquake. That will bait in either Bruxish or more likely Serena. But Serena, hey, Serena is a thing I know I have an answer for. 2 even now, because I have Salazzle, who can Oko with a Poison Barb boosted Flamethrower or Sludge Bomb. That will bait in Milotic, probably. Yeah, Milotic. And Milotic is going to click Aqua Tail. I can bring in Torterra on that. And Woodhammer. And then, because it doesn't quite bait down the line, because Bruxish will come in first. But I can just kind of Synthesis then, or Giga Drain. Don't I get in range of that Aqua Tail then? 20 and 29. So I'd be at 51. So no, I don't actually get in range of the Aqua Tail. So I just kind of Synthesis. And if he if he screeches me, I can just pivot to something like Kingdra or Gyarados. Probably Gyarados. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because a Strong Jaw, the Psychic Fangs actually deals equal damage to Aqua Tail, give or take a few points, so... Okay, so anyway, it's definitely lead Chesto Tort. Oko with EQ. That's just definitely gonna happen, and if he T-spikes whatever, in comes Serena. Pivot Salazzle. Chesto Tort. Poison Barb Salazzle. Lead Tort, Oko with EQ, in comes Serena. Wait, am I mistaking Lovely Kiss for Sweet Kiss? Or is Lovely Kiss actually the... Yeah, okay. Pivot Salazzle. Oko with Sludge Bomb. In comes Milo. And it's very well possible that I just 1v1 from there. Because I can just go to Torterra, go back to Torterra, take the move, and handle it from there. Alternatively, could a Overgrow boosted Sceptile at 65... What level does he need to be to just kind of sweep? He outspeeds everything, and at Overgrow range, Oko's everything if I give it Miracle Seed. But that's at 65, at 64. It needs to be at 64. Okay, well, let's see if I can avoid that. So I go to, in comes Milo, I can go to Tort. can just synthesis to take, like, go back to high HP. And then, like, 1v1 with Giga Drain. Giga. And then, because then Bruxish will come in. And I need to take... What's that amount of damage? It's, at worst, 103 plus 164 divided by 3, so 158. Stay above 158. Because then in comes Bruxish. Synth after Hammer for KO, because that's just kind of what you need to do. In comes Lapras. Because from then it's going to be no one can come in. I'll both see that they basically get killed instantly. Unfortunately for me, the Wood Hammer is not enough, because the Wood Hammer would kill me as well. So, yeah. So what would I do? I think I go to Hisuian Arcanine on the Freeze Dry. And then Rock Slide twice. Pivot Hark. Slide twice. If Frozen, Blitz first. That's really the long and short of it. Then finally Primarina comes in and clicks Scald. Comes in, clicks Scald. Hark. I need like something that can take the Scald. I think then Sceptile might do the trick, but not quite. I would say a Moon can come in, but that's not quite true either. I could bring in pre-damaged Kingdra, I guess. I'd prefer to actually... Maybe I should Giga the Bruxish instead. Get myself to full, but that way, basically, because 158. Yeah, Giga. If Screeched. Pivot. Pivot what? Gera, I guess? I think, maybe? Or Kingdra. Because if I can be, like, high HP upon Lapras coming in, right? Like, above the 35.7, or maybe even just above 60. Like, I just want to, like, I want to try and get the kill with against Bruxish with not Torterra, I think. I think that's a better way to do it. And in such a way that I can bait in the Lapras, clicking an electric move, so I can go to Torterra to 1v1 from there. So it comes in on Thunderbolt. That, basically. In comes Bruxish. Pivot Gera. But what HP did I need to be then, actually? 35.7, aka 236 divided by 3. 78, 79. And then 178 divided by 3 would be 50, would be 59. So 79, 59, 60, 80, 140, 132, 138. Stay above 138. In comes Bruxish. I pivot Gera. I pivot Gera on what would basically be like a random move between Screech, Aqua Tail, and Psychic Fangs. If I get Screeched, I'm guaranteed to see Psychic Fangs, and I can go to Zoro. Yeah, pivot Gera, pivot Zoro. Night Days for kill, because he would never Aqua Tail there. He shouldn't ever Aqua Tail there, because even if I get Screeched, Psychic Fangs is still the highest damaging move. And I'd be at full, so yeah. So then, because Zoro, that baits in Primarina, because that will see an out damage, if not a slow kill. In comes Prima. But Prima can click either Calm Mind or Draining Kiss. I can go to Tort. Pivot Tort. Hammer, because I can take the Draining Kiss just fine and Hammer after. And if you Calm Minds, well, I'm faster and I KO anyway. And then in comes Lapras. Pivot Hark, Slide twice, or Frozen Blitz first. And if I didn't get Draining Kiss on the switch in, I would Hammer. This works. This should work. So, Hark, Gera, Zoro. And that's all I should need, I believe. Right? I'm not missing anything? You... Just these 5 should do. The one thing I could maybe see go awry is the Sludge Wave, like the first turn against the Nidoqueen. But I don't really have an option for that. Yes, no, not one that's guaranteed safe. Because I didn't keep Aqua Tail for Gyarados, so he cannot actually sneak in a kill. No, it should be, it will be Torterra. It will bait in the Serena, which I can handle with Salazzle. That looks way different. Okay, I need to, whoa, one sec. I need to look here. Where is my paste bin? Here. First off, here we need to go to, who is he called again? Serena. And Johanna. And we need Salazzle. Let's get the raw. Okay. Salazzle against Serena. Assuming 3 hits, which is guaranteed to happen, it's going to be 20, 40, 60. So triple axle, that looks... Yeah, okay, so I need to assume this one, not that one. Because this looks like more like it's doing 60, 60, 60, right? If I'm gonna assume Ice Hammer, like something like that, and that is 120 power. Yeah, that is about in line, so this looks accurate, and not this. Okay, good to know, good to know, good to know. So I can safely switch in Salazzle. That gets rid of the toxic spikes, if any, and Sludge Bomb kills. It will bait in the, not the Lapras, because that is not out. That is something that isn't out damaging. It's gonna bait in the Milotic, because I will always take like 25% at minimum from the Triple Axle, and as such, Aqua Tail is probably a kill. Otherwise, Primarina comes in. Though with a Poison Barb, no, it will never be Primarina. It might be Bruxish that comes in instead, though. If that happens, I can just pivot, do the same line, but like flip the order a bit. Go to Gyarados, intimidate it. Go to Zoro on the Psychic Fangs, Crunch, or Screech. KO with Night Days. That will then bait in the Primarina still, and I can go to Torterra, who's then at like basically full HP-ish. I'd take a Citrus. I'd take the Draining Kiss. I'd Wood Hammer for kill. I would see Lapras come in. I would go to Hisuian Arcanine. Rock Slide, I'd see Milotic, I should be fine, but just in case of the Milotic being annoying, what would be the best counter? Probably Kingdra. That's very slow to combat it. I'll bring Executor Alola along with me, and with Leaf Storm in particular, I should be able to just... with the Miracle Seed, I should be able to handle it alright. Is there a better option there? Not one I'm seeing real quick. Maybe Sceptile, but then I need to level Sceptile, and it's like what you don't want to do. So I'll do that. Alola. And we'll see how this goes, but I'll give this a Miracle Seed, and everything else we'll see as it goes. I think we're good. It's time for another one. Team being Milo instead of Berg. Our Flame Orb is also now an item we have access to, which is great. Let's get everyone their items. Everyone's items. We'll give them new ones once we know which ones to give. We want Roxy with us. We want Bryson Man. We want Hamilton. I think that's yeah, that should be everyone. Misty is also one we want. And item-wise, we want a Poison Barb on Johanna. Where is it? Poison Barb, there we go. We want... I'm trying to see if I'm missing anything. No, it's just Miracle Seed on Milo. Miracle Seed, there we go. And finally, Ramos should get a Chesto. There we go. Is there any other prep I could do in terms of like pre-damaging and stuff? Burning maybe? No. Okay, let's get the team leveled up. Rocky's not going to get any moves. Milo is going to get one move here. Oh, two moves even. It's Synthesis, which I'm not going to keep. If I want to Synthesis Mon, I've got another. I got 2 others even, so I'll make him purely offensive. Draco Meteor. That's gonna replace Dragon Pulse here for sure. And I believe that's not everyone. I believe we still have Bryson Man to level. Yep, we do. He's gonna get Night Days. We're gonna get rid of... Sucker or Knockoff? Because Knockoff's utility is really good as well. But so is Sucker's. And damage-wise, Night Days outperforms Knockoff most of the time. Because Zorwalk is a special attacker, not a physical one. I'll get rid of Knockoff. Good as the move is, I think it's better to keep Sucker Punch. And that's everyone leveled up. Then we're gonna make sure that the team order is correct. It is already, so we're ready to go. Over here, there's 2 trainers left. Him and her. We're gonna fight her first. The lead is gonna be Ramos, who's gonna do the main part of this fight. Let's get this going. Borg battles aren't worth the effort. Fiery hot battles are what toughen up trainers and Pokemon. Okay, let's not push the mic. It's not very useful. Johanna! Gonna lead with Nidoqueen. And we're leading with Torterra. Nidoqueen is gonna click one of 3 moves. But I believe it's just one of 2 based on the AI, but it might be one of 3. And that is Toxic Spikes or Sludge Wave. We're gonna Earthquake. Toxic Spikes. Perfect. That probably invalidates the entire risk of this fight, if any. I didn't prepare this fight like 100% correctly, or like to the max. That's because this one should be pretty easy. This should be the Serena. Serena is gonna see a kill with Triple Axle. Roxy can take a Triple Axle. And in switching in, Roxy also gets rid of that Toxic Spike. Triple Axle 1. Crits. Number 2. Crits. Wow. Number 3. Doesn't crit. Well, Gladseed, not all of them did. Sludge Bomb kills. It has a Poison Barb, and with the Poison Barb, Sludge Bomb is a guaranteed kill onto Serena. Perfect. This should bait in the Milotic. Milotic here is going to click Aqua Tail. Ramos can take that Aqua Tail perfectly fine. Alright. And we are gonna Giga Drain it, because Milotic sees that I can kill it with Wood Hammer, and thus I can just kind of stall it out, heal up with Giga Drain, so on and so forth. His leftovers, yeah. Aqua Tails again. Giga Drain barely doesn't out-heal it, but... And a crit. That makes it very easy. We're gonna see one more Aqua Tail here, and I believe even if he's at like 6% or so, you should always Aqua Tail because he sees that I can Oko it. So we're gonna Synthesis while he Aqua Tails me once again. Just to get our HP as high as possible, really. That's really all it is. We could even stall it one more turn, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to Giga Drain. I'm well above the HP where I need to be. There we go. Ramos takes another, and this should be the Bruxish coming in. Right? Now, I believe we're high enough HP where I could Wood Hammer. I'm not going to, though. I'm gonna expect a Screech or an Aqua Tail. I'm gonna go to Misty. Take either of them. Intimidate it, which helps a lot too. And he screeches me. Okay, that is about what I expected. And this should be Psychic Fangs or Screech. And Bryson Man can take both. I don't think that's how illusion works. It doesn't matter, but Night Days. That just cleanly kills it. There we go. It's not like this was gonna fool the Bruxish anyway. And now Primarina should come in. Lapras comes in. I guess both are slow out damage and not out kit. Like, sure. And this is gonna be Freeze Dry or Roar. Freeze Dry I can take just fine with Hamilton. Even if I get burnt, get frozen, that's perfectly fine. Because I can thaw myself. And of course I did. But now I can show off what Flare Blitz can do. Flare Blitz defrosts you. So Flare Blitz makes sure that I cannot be frozen. Or, well, I can be frozen, but it means that the freezes won't matter. I might get Parrot. Okay, that is the one thing that I didn't actually prepare for, and I should have given him a cherry. It's not going to matter much, especially because I can do this instead. Hi, Matthew. Okay, I'm just going to switch to Ramos on the Thunderbolts and finish it off that way. That works just as well. It's not much of a difference. I should update my stream description, by the way, now that I remember. Anyway, Woodhammer. And that KOs Lapras, and the recoil means I am well above the HP needed to take another Woodhammer recoil. Because this is Primarina coming in. Primarina is the last mon that she has, and Woodhammer kills. And I, in the meantime, will be editing the completed. Alright, time to get my GBA thingy back, and Ramos takes the recoil. And that's 2 of 3 fights between me and Surf complete. Let's run back. The last one doesn't look much harder, but we will need to see if it is. Quickly get a heal in. There we go. I'm just gonna, for the change of audio, I'm gonna go into the museum real quick. Entrance fee. I don't care for the entrance fee. Alright. Here we go. So, the final fight for the Surf, between me and Surf, is against Dwayne. Sailor Dwayne. Let's quickly get the team over on your screen as well. Sailor Dwayne has the following team: Clawitzer, Gyarados, Barbaracle, Sharpedo, Swalot, and a Machamp. The Machamp in particular looks a little annoying, but everything else looks perfectly doable. Let's go take a look at how to do it. First off, I see already that the Clawitzer just kind of would be dead to... Uh-oh, I am disconnected. So I can't do anything right now. I'm gonna wait until I see reconnected. Okay, I'm reconnected on the stream chat. Now just waiting for the actual stream to be reconnected. Ah, we're back. Good. So we are working on the final fight before Surf. And between these 6, there should not be much of an issue. I'm going to quickly look if there is any. From the looks of it, it should be fine, but we do need to, like, you know, confirm that. I believe that's... Okay, that is enough. Okay. But that does mean I need to bring it in the right time, which easier said than done. So, from the looks of it, first off, Torterra outspeeds and Okos the Clawitzer with Woodhammer. And as a matter of fact, I could even do that with Sceptile and Overgrow range, if I want to. It does need the Miracle Seed, but that can work as well. It will bait in... Sceptile baits in the Gyarados, clicking Random Move. While Torterra baits in... I think... Gara as well. Yeah, Gara as well. Clicking... Like, always clicking a Waterfall, though, so that I do know. Raichu is a bit too frail. Honestly, Torterra 1v1's Gyarados probably still. But the Waterfall flinches kind of say I shouldn't do that. I can go to my own Gyarados, intimidate it, bait Thunder Wave or Lash Out. But because I bait Thunder Wave or Lash Out, I can pre-poison Hark and then give it a Heartstone, and thus OHKO it easily with Rock Slide. That should bait in Barbaracle, because it sees a slow kill, whereas nothing else will. Yeah, so that will be a slow kill, but it will be basically random move. Do I have anything that can take everything? Yes, Torterra can take everything. And then Giga Drain for kill. The only issue is, I believe between Woodhammer, then Razor Shell. No, I would not be dead to Razor Shell into Razor Shell. So that's very, very easy. So toward OHKO's Clawitzer. In comes Gara. Pivot Gara. Pivot pre-poison Hark. Heartstone. Heartstone Hark towards Gara. Gara. Heartstone Slide kills Gara. In comes Barbaracle, clicking random move. Pivot Tort. And Giga for kill. And because I heal so much from Giga Drain, I might be out of Sharpedo range. But even if I'm not... No, if I'm not, that means Machamp comes in. No, it will always be Sharpedo comes in. Sharpedo comes in. And it's going to Dark Pulse, Destiny Bond, or Hydro Pump. But that is a bit of a problem because I cannot work my way around that Destiny Bond. I guess Gera can kind of do it. But he starts getting outsped very quickly. But after the Dark Gem is gone, I'm just kind of good. He's still most likely to Dark Pulse though, so... I guess after the Dark Pulse, like the Dark Gem is consumed, Torterra also handles it all right. But I'm not sure if I can make that work. It depends a bit on my HP amount, right? Because if I'm outside of like the Dark Pulse range, I can Synthesis after, and then if I still, like if I get flinch, I can always switch out then. But I don't quite know who would be able to... Who would be able to handle the Sharpedo. I guess maybe I shouldn't get the KO with Torterra, so I can... If I can get Sceptile in safely, I guess, maybe. But that's very much a maybe, and I cannot guarantee that. Because Sceptile does outspeed Sharpedo. I do have U-turn now, but I need to bait in something else. Like, have that happen on something else first. Like, get a KO with Orbital KO to Swallow or something, or maybe Machamp. Something like that, I don't know. But it needs to be a KO with U-turn, so that's not really an option either. Okay, well, this one looks harder, evidently. Installing it out of Hydro Pups and Destiny Bonds? Would that do anything? Probably not, right? There may be something there, though. Because if I can get him to, like, CC once or twice... Okay, let's... Okay, what's the specifics here? So, Torterra, then there's the pivot, so that he comes in on Thunder Wave or Lash Out, and his Student Arcanine KOs. Then Barbarical comes in and we'll see a kill, so we'll always go for the kill. But it might see one with a random move. Probably sees one with a random move, in fact. Because Lash Out plus 2 ticks of poison means I'm probably taking 50-ish%. Meaning I am probably dead to Cross Chop as well. I can go to Torterra. And I could Synthesis first. And then Giga Drain. That might save me. Synth Giga. And if I get Razor Shell Defense Drop, okay, well, so be it. Wrong side there, actually. Should be you that goes -1. Is that late already? Huh. Yeah, but I still heal off most of what Razor Shell does then. Only when I get 2 defense drops, I'd be in trouble. But at that point, I could do a pivot to Gyarados. Which should bait Stone Edge because he have taken both the Waterfall and then the Razor Shell, so Stone Edge should be a kill, so he's never gonna Shell Smash. I can come back in the Stone Edge, Giga Drain, then for kill. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'm pretty healthy, and I'm not quite as scared of like Dark Pulse and into Hydro Pump. And I can just kind of Synthesis for some stalling. I'll give a Lepa to Tort to make that stalling a bit easier. I just stall it out of Hydro Pumps and Destiny Bonds, and if that were to happen, I can always... Like, at that point, I could even go to something else. I don't know, if only I had a Fairy type, but yeah. Because once the Dark Gem's gone... Yeah, it's gonna be mostly Destiny Bond. What's the AI for Destiny Bond? Destiny Bond. It's faster and dies to player mon +7 or +6. If it's slower, it's a 50-50 between 5 and 6. Okay. Pardon me. I guess, but because I am at full... That's an outspeed and that's a neutral, so it would always be Sharpedo that comes in. Alternatively... Because I'm guaranteed to see Razor Shell into Torterra, once I'm like healthy again, I could switch to Sceptile, who even at level 56 outspeeds and Energy Balls for kill, thus not baiting the Sharpedo first, but rather baiting Swalot though. He's gonna Gunk Shot me, which I can take with Torterra, and then Earthquake outspeeds and kills. And then Sharpedo comes in a little bit later, but that's still... That doesn't solve the problem, it just pushes it down the road, right? Yeah, so that doesn't quite resolve what I would want. Maybe I can do like a pivoting line where I can just kind of stall it out of Hydro Pumps. Maybe with some protecting and all that. Or, like, let it run out of Destiny Bonds instead. Because I can see... I know he's going to Dark Pulse the first turn. Which I can take with... Maybe Krook? Krook is not a bad shout. And then he'll be faster, and he would see a kill with Hydro Pump and not Close Combat, because that's going to be reduced. Maybe with Close Combat still, it doesn't quite matter. I go to Gyarados, bring it down to -2. He'd go for Dark Pulse again, and that's no longer Dark Gem boosted though. Or maybe Destiny Bond. I can go back to Krook. And once he's out, I'd have Torterra healthy. Maybe he's even out of Hydro Pumps, and then because then I could just kind of work my way down that way. Maybe even like bring in Sceptile once on Hydro Pump and detect it while he tries to Destiny Bond me, right? Something like that. And then just like basically try and run it out of Destiny Bonds and Hydro Pumps. Or like not and, maybe or. Yeah, and then that baits in Machamp. And I can go to because he would be clicking Dynamic Punch on me. And my best resist is like Masquerain, probably. But at +1 I get outsped. So Masquerain is not quite the option that you would want. Raichu Alola doesn't quite take everything. But I can Fake Out. But then what? So that doesn't quite work out either. Gyarados is probably still the best answer, but even if it causes that. Problem is Stone Edge would even hit me while I'm bouncing, so that's not quite the option you would want it to be. Talon coming in on Dynamic Punch is probably the best bet I have. And then Brave Bird for kill. For potential, yeah, but the problem is potential kill. I guess Torterra can just kind of Giga Drain to help it out. Or Earthquake to help it out. Earthquake. Take the Dynamic Punch. And then bait probably another. And then at that second one I go to Talonflame. Give it a... what's the confusion? Again, Person Berry, which should be consumed every single time. Acrobatics kills. We see Swalot, which is last Mon. And Gunk Shot would hurt. But it will never... but I can switch in, I don't know, Crook on that. On that Gunk Shot, and Earthquake hurts. It's not enough though. Mamo. Oh, that went wrong. Okay, good to know. Probably Mamo on the Gunk Shot. Then he's gonna Earthquake the turn after. It's not quite what I want. I would say Camera, but he cannot take an Earthquake after the Gunk Shot. So that's not an option either. I mean, it is just Torterra if I can have him healthy. But if I can't, I would be in trouble. I was gonna say I can definitely just stall him out of Gunk Shot and Earthquake, but because of Curse, I don't know if I actually can. But Berserker being the switch-in is still a good choice. Because I can Iron Head it alright. And with Metal Coat equipped. Iron Head into Bullet Punch should generally kill. And if I see that it doesn't, then I could just, like, switch out Talon and start the stalling game that way instead. Or if he cursed, which is possible, that means he's slower the turn after. And I can just double Iron Head. Into Bullet Punch instead. Iron Head, Bullet Punch would do the trick instead. So I always come in on Gunk Shot, and I can Iron Head for, like, decent damage. And if he curses, that means I'm faster to turn after, and he's not gonna see the Cuss-Up triggered yet. So I can Iron Head again, and the Earthquake crit wouldn't kill me. So Iron Head, Bullet Punch would KO. Basically every single time. And if he EQs, I can always go to Gera on the EQ, bait, Gunk Shot, or Curse, go back. I like repeat that cycle a bit. Eventually maybe go to a special mon. I don't have a special attacker with me though. Closest to one is actually Torterra with Giga Drain. I mean, at some point he runs out of Earthquakes before Gunk Shots, so I think this should work with these 6. I'm just gonna send it, and I believe what I have in mind should work, and hopefully that's actually true. Sceptile. Crook, Sceptile, don't level, Crook, Berserker, Metal Coat Berserker, Citrus Crook, no I don't need that. I might need it on Gera though, so Citrus Gera, Lepatort, Sceptile, I don't level. And we should be good to go. And we're gonna freewheel it a bit. But I have like a general idea of what I want to do here. Okay. So, the team. Let's get everyone. It is... I want Poppy with me. Thank you, Bryson Man. I want Clay. I don't need Milo. I want... Oh. Hold up. I planned this with 7 mons, not with 6, because I also planned with Talonflame alongside it. Which, well, I don't have Talon. I guess I'll have to do without Berserker then. Or without Crook. Probably without Crook instead. Or without Sceptile. Yeah, because I'm not really using Sceptile, so without Sceptile. Because the only thing Sceptile makes different is like the ordering, which doesn't really help. So yeah, Sceptile is not gonna be brought. Instead, do I need anyone else here? Yes. I need Talon. I need Faulkner. Roxy doesn't need to be brought. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna level everyone up. Clay is gonna get Earthquake and Stone Edge. Oh. Do I want Stone Edge? I think I don't. I think I just want... I'll get rid of Foul Play because I will get rid of that in a bit anyway thanks to Earthquake. I think I want to keep High Horsepower as a single target move rather than... and then get rid of Stone Edge. I'm going to get Bullet Punch here for Poppy, who's going to get rid of Foul Play as well. And that's everything there. And Faulkner can get Brave Bird here, which is definitely a move I could consider for that little bit of extra power. I could get rid of Tailwind. I've yet to use it, but it's such a good doubles move. And it's like my only form of speed control. I do want to keep Acrobatics because it's a really good just general aggressive tool. Like, and not having the recoil is really useful. I'll get rid of Acrobatics actually because the damage difference is quite a bit and the recoil is probably not going to be too big of an issue most of the time. I hope. I'll ask for a second opinion because I'm not confident in this. Okay, so I'll just ask for second opinion. And hopefully they actually know better than I do. Someone's saying Roost. My genuine opinion on that is why. I feel like that's like the clearest like keep. I genuinely don't see it. Like my guess, like someone, I've gotten like. Someone's saying like, what do you use Roost for at this point? And I think that, like, that's a fair point. That is a fair question. What am I using Roost for at this point? And like most of the time, if I want a bulky flying type, I'm bringing Gyarados, or yeah, I'm bringing Gyarados basically. Yeah, I think that's true. Actually, I think he makes a fair point. Because my box has a fair few flying types, so yeah, I don't need. Sure, I'll get rid of Roost to have like multiple options, right? Okay, let's go. I'm just gonna stand over there and do like anything prepping I need to do over here. So there's the final fight. I'm gonna approach it from here. My lead should be Torterra, that's correct. I'm not gonna bring Sepsal, instead I'm bringing Talon. Damage-wise, Talon... I need a Personberry for Faulkner. I need a Lepa Berry for Ramos. I need a Citrus for Gara. And I'll probably give a Citrus to Clay as well. And I see Heartstone on Hisuian Arcanine as well, which is actually correct. Yeah. So a Heartstone on Hamilton, as well as the Metal Coat on Berserker. And that should be everything. The only thing I needed to do was to pre-poison I needed to do that to Hamilton, right? That's what I said? Yeah, pre-poison Hisuian Arcanine. The rest doesn't need to be pre-status. And I believe then I'm ready. So here we go. If you're looking for a battle in the Seashore house, you'll find no hotter trader than me, matey. Sailor Dwayne with the Clawitzer. The Clawitzer here is not the scariest mon of this fight, because we would hammer it and it dies. It sees that so it's aqua jetting me. So, in fact, I probably should have Giga Drained. That's hindsight. Alright, this baits in Gyarados. Gyarados is faster, and nothing out damages, so Gyarados is going to be coming in. He intimidates me. That's fine. We're going to do like the same thing back, basically. Because we're going to go to our own Gyarados in Misty. Intimidate it, and have it click Waterfall on us, which deals pretty not substantial damage. And here it's going to either Thunder Wave or Lash Out. We're going to go to Hamilton to take that. And yeah, that's why we had it poisoned, so we wouldn't get status by the Thunder Wave. And with the Heartstone equipped, Rock Slide is a guaranteed kill. We're not intimidated, so we're guaranteed to see that kill. This should bait in just the following mon in Barbaracle, because Barbaracle should be faster. Nothing should be faster. Barbaracle sees a slow kill. And at 164 HP, that's a kill with either Stone Edge or Razor Shell. It's a 50-50 between those two. Ramos can take both. It's Razor Shell. Okay. That defense drop is annoying. We're gonna Synthesis here. He cross chops, alright. That may have been like a roll to kill, actually. Looking back. No, 87. It wasn't. Okay, so I'm gonna Synthesis one more time while he Razor Shells me. Okay. We're just gonna keep this up a bit until we're healthy enough. One more Razor Shell. Still no defense drops, so we're still good to go. And this is where we switch into Misty. Get an Intimidate off, which gets removed by the White Herb. That's really not why we're doing this. We're doing this mostly to reset that defense drop. Because this is going to be Razor Shell. And at this HP, I'm guaranteed to be KO'd by a Stone Edge. Yep. So we can go back to Ramos on that Stone Edge. And now we're like much healthier than we were before. Okay, that dealt quite a bit more than I thought it would. But we're still healthy enough to where I can Giga Drain safely. And this is a guaranteed kill, and it heals me back up like a fair bit. $182. Perfect. Now, I don't know if it is. We'll see that in due time. This should be the Sharpedo. Yep. Sharpedo comes in, and Sharpedo clicks a random move between Dark Pulse, maybe Hydro Pump, and Destiny Bond. We are in range of a combination of Dark Pulse and Hydro Pump, so we are gonna do some pivoting. We're gonna go to Clay on the Dark Pulse or the Destiny Bond. It's also maybe Hydro Pump. I goofed. Don't. Please don't make me see that. Please don't let me be. This be a misplay. No! What? Oh, I still had it at 57. Okay. Okay. Well, this is a random move between Hydro Pump, Dark Pulse, and Close Combat. Misty can take that. It's not actually, it's most likely not Dark Pulse, so this is probably safest. Hydro Pump, that's the Hydro Pump number 2. Oh my god, that was too fast. Now this is guaranteed Dark Pulse. Can Clay take that still? I'm gonna double check that. No, that is a range to kill. And against Gara itself, it's also a range to kill. Then we are gonna go and do... Hamilton can take a Dark Pulse, even on a crit, right? 154? No, because Poison would kill it. So we go to Ramos. Okay. This is gonna hurt. I'm at 89. That is a range to kill for Hydro Pump. That's the wrong thing for me to X out. Yeah, he's guaranteed to Hydro Pump me here. He's used 2. Misty can take 1. Well, he's not quite guaranteed, but it's like Hydro Pump or Destiny Bond. There's the first Destiny Bond. Okay. With it now at -3, I can probably use Swagger pretty safely here. That's Destiny Bond number 2. I'm gonna keep counting those, because those are the most important thing to keep counting. Okay. And we can Waterfall it safely, that will never KO. So that's what we're gonna do here. Just hit yourself. Okay, this is fine. 3 Destiny Bonds. 2 more to go. Okay. Now we can no longer attack it, though. Not until we see every single Destiny Bond. Like, see no more Destiny Bonds. Okay, with the gem gone, it is either going to Dark Pulse me or Destiny Bond me again. The gem is gone. It's up -2. Crook can not take a Dark Pulse because of crits. It cannot take a crit Dark Pulse at any time. Hamilton can take a Dark Pulse though, so I can switch in Hamilton, alright. And I believe if he Dark Pulses me on the switch, I can E-speed for kill. Or just hit yourself, that's fine too. Another Destiny Bond, okay. I'm hurt by poison. He's guaranteed to Hydro Pump me here, so I go to Misty. Now he's at -2 again. Snapped out of confusion, that's fine. Hydro Pump. I'm at 73, but I get a Citrus. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I am safe to click Swagger one more time. That's 4. One more. We need to see one more. Then we can just safely attack. He's at neutral, which is alright. And he's either going to Dark Pulse again, or he's going to Destiny Bond again. We can go to Hamilton one more time. Just hit yourself, or Dark Pulse. Okay, good. Good. Now Poison deals like a tick, but not enough, and E-speed is now enough to kill. Okay. This should be the Swallow coming in, clicking random move between Earthquake and Gunk Shot. Yeah, it's gonna click a random move between Gunk Shot and Earthquake. Can Ramos take the Gunk Shot? How much do I get from Poison? What's the Poison tick for me? 27, that's too much. So I need to make sure that it's Earthquake I'm coming in on. Can Misty take the Gunk Shot? No, because if it crits, I get KO'd. Can Poppy come in on the Earthquake? Yes. So that's what we're gonna do. It doesn't affect Poppy. Explosion is not enough to kill me, so I am safe here to click... It's gonna either Earthquake, Curse, or Boom. Can Misty take the Boom? Not on a crit? Not at all. Okay, well... I think this is just a Iron Head play then. He Earthquakes. Okay, that's good. Because now, with the Metal Code, Iron Head into Bullet Punch should kill. Did I give it the Metal Code? I did, right? I did. Good. I'm at 111. He's gonna... Okay, you know what? Let's see the ruler. Why did that deal so little? That should have dealt more. Why did it deal so little? I genuinely can't tell, because it should not have... With the Metal Code equipped, Iron Hat's minimum damage should have been 60% against the Swalot. And that was not 60%. Well, Just don't explode? I hope? Or explode and don't kill me? I guess that's the best way of doing this. It's not below a third, so it should be unlikely. Okay, don't crit me. Don't crit the earthquake. Okay, we're good. We should be good. But I'm still very much out of position. So against Poppy, Hair, Ruler, thank you. You can go back. With me at 41 HP. Knockoff is a guaranteed kill, and Dynamic Punch is a guaranteed kill. I will go to Misty on either of those, because it's never Stone Edge. And I can Intimidate it, and yes, that boosts its speed. I cannot really avoid that anyway. Knockoff, okay. This should be Stone Edge. Let's double check that against Misty. At -1, Stone Edge might see a kill, but it's going to be Stone Edge every single time anyway. Can Clay take one at that HP if it's a crit? No, if it's a crit, he cannot. So I need to go to Ramos. And Ramos at this HP fares Dynamic Punch because of the fact that Confusion self-hit would actually KO me. So we go to Misty again, bring it down a bit further. Man, this went off the rails real fast. Dynamic Punch, yep, there it is. This should be Stone Edge again on his end. It's a non-crit. It's not a guaranteed kill, but still the highest damaging move. Can Poppy take a crit Stone Edge? No, she cannot. So it has to be Ramos that comes in. Yet again. Maybe I can run it out of Stone Edge PP, because then it would be pretty easy to bring Talonflame in. Another. It's now at -2 and +1 speed. 48. It's still scary to click any move with Ramos because of the confusion. So we go back to Misty. We're gonna keep this up for a while until we are... Oh, we're already in Dynamic Punch crit range. So... Okay, so we cannot really do any further pivoting like this. But it's at -3, so Ramos should be able to handle it perfectly fine. At least for a while. Stone Edge number 3. Dynamic Punch deals 39 at most. I cannot risk this. I'm gonna switch to Faulkner now then. This Dynamic Punch, yeah, that doesn't hurt. And because of the fact that I have a Person Berry, see a cheeky crit. I just need to high roll Brave Bird. If I high roll Brave Bird, I'm fine. If he crits Stone Edge, I lose Faulkner. But I could pivot out to stall it out of Stone Edge, but then I risk a crit elsewhere. So I think I just kind of need to risk it. And there's two ways to do this. I either try and high roll Brave Bird, which is a 60% chance-ish to KO, but if I fail that chance, I lose Talonflame here right now. Or I Acrobatics and hope he doesn't crit or misses Stone Edge. The latter can't happen, so that he doesn't crit Stone Edge, because then I should survive the Stone Edge. At most, it deals 136. So the question is, do I risk the 12.5% and then the crit? So 87.5 into... yeah, it's a 1 in 8 to kill with Acrobatics, or a 5 in 8 to kill with Brave Bird. The 5 in 8 means it is like obviously higher, 50% higher, but it means that I always die to Stone Edge, whereas now if I do Acrobatics, I will never die to the Stone Edge. Unless he gets a crit, which is a 1 in 8 as well. So I would need to roll a 7 in 64, or I would need to roll a, not a 7 in 64, a, what's that then, 57 in 64. Can kill with both ranges after. I should be able to. I have Bullet Punch on, yes, I can easily do that. Berserker has Bullet Punch and I can always kill it with that. So no matter what, I can always KO it after. So I think Acrobatics is safer. And it was! Okay! Well, I don't know if it's safer, but I got what I needed. That's all that matters. Okay, well, that was certainly a fight. But it does bring us to the HM03 Surf. Incredible addition to the moves. Wanna buy a soda pop? No, I don't. We're gonna quickly heal. And now the, yeah, poison fades away. And now a whole bunch of the map opens up. And that's what we're gonna do first. Get a bunch of encounters, get a bunch of extra items, and that sort of thing. So first off, I can indeed surf. I'm gonna first get my encounter over here, I think. Actually, how am I on Pokeballs? I have not looked at that for a while. I only have Great Balls? No, I do have Ultra Balls. 73. Does anyone know if there's like net balls somewhere already? Because we're gonna get a bunch of water types, so I don't know how they rebalanced that in Run and Bun. So I do need to look that up. I have my repel up, right? I did. Now I will put it back on. There was something here, right? Yeah, I already got that. Okay. So I don't remember how, like, what happens item-wise. Like, I don't remember if there were, like, any other balls in another town, like, specifically Lavaridge. Okay, I'm gonna just check Lavaridge real quick. If there is like some sort of Pokeball that I couldn't get access to before. I don't think there is, but I don't remember. And down we go. I could have fought that guy, but why? The Machron Grunt, I mean with that. Okay, what's in the mart? Ultra balls. Quick balls. That is incredible. Give me 30. And dust balls as well, 20. Those are way better. I'll do 10 more actually of you. There's also some honey, which is an evolutionary item. Okay. So with that in tow, where do I surf first? I think what I'm gonna do. Well, first off, I need to go like another direction, not that direction. They should have put a ledge there to go back to like Route 111 proper, because it's really annoying to go all the way around like this. Okay, so 113. My first idea was to go look for like items, and I believe there's some over here. But I want to see if that's true. Oh, one sec. That's better. We can serve. There's a waterfall over there. Is there an item here, maybe? Nope. Okay. And nothing over here either. I was hoping there would be something. Okay, let's go to the opposite end then. Through here into Meteor Falls. I believe there are some items in Meteor Falls. I believe I've seen some before. I mean, there's the Megastone over there, which... Let's see which one that is. The Megastone of Agronites. Not sure if I can get an Agron still, but... Okay, and down we go. I cannot get into the water over there, so we're not going to do that. Then there is the water over here. I believe there's some things I can get if I go this direction. Oh no, I need waterfall for that. I remember that now. And down here, there's nothing. Then further down, I know there's another Megastone. It's on Route 104, there's one. Right here. Let's get off first, and it's a Pidgeotite. Right, I remember that being a thing. Further down. I don't know if I want to, like, get the actual encounters right now. Okay, I'm gonna get one for sure, because one there's just kind of no point in waiting any longer as the one here in Petalburg. First off, Heart Skill. And then over here there should be a rare candy somewhere, as well as Heavy Slam. Cute. Where is that one? Spawning over here. Probably. Yeah, see? Rare candy. Okay. Trying to think. There's some more water here, of course, and I believe Route 103 over here, there's some surfable water, but I don't know if there's any actual items over here. I don't think there is. No. There isn't? Okay. Alright, let's get to Petalburg then. And that's the coolest encounter, so I'm going to do that one. And the rest I'm going to save for next time. Next time should be next week, hopefully. I'm gonna double check that I didn't miss anything for Petalburg. Because Petalburg City is an encounter I deliberately saved. Because if you surf here, you can get some starters that are very, very powerful. First off, let me see if there's any reason to get an item. Like to get my... Are there any items on either of them? Throw key. No. And... What's the other again? Poplio. No. So that's not something I need to worry about. Instead, I'm just gonna bring my Nana. Because Nana has, like, what is essentially a catching moveset. Then we're gonna get rid of our repellents. And then we're gonna get our encounter here. This one is really nice. Probably one of the best Elite 4 mons in Primarina, and like a very good mon in Greninja as well. Yeah, I have Intimidate up now, so this is gonna take a bit. Does it just work as a repellent full on? I hope not. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this then, and I'll switch after. Repellent is active, is deactivated. Okay, get in, come on, show me. There we go. Poplio! Ooh, a female Poplio, that's rare. Okay, we're gonna go to Nana. Because this Poplio has no moves that will hurt it too much. I mean, it's level 5. But more importantly, Nana has Yawn and Super Fang. Yawn. I'm just gonna do this quickly. Super Fang. Super Fang. Super Fang. Super Fang. Yawn. Super Fang one more time. It's asleep and very low. Okay, and now with the Nest Ball, you should get in very quickly. Right? Poplio get. That is a really good addition to the team. I would have been very happy with either of them, to be very clear. Poplio is very much good for like late game. I have not had Lana yet, I believe, so I'm gonna call you Lana. But yeah, Primarina is incredibly good for like Elite 4. And even before that, it's going to be probably very, very good regardless. Primarina has access to Encore, it has access to Flip Turn, Moonblast, Hydro Pump, Scald, maybe even Perish Song if you want to be cheeky. Encore, yeah. So, all around, very, very good mon. I'll probably, like, only evolve Poplio at level 63 to get every single move I would want. But we'll see in due time. Lana, let's get to the PC and let's see what you're like. Also, let's take off the Poplio real quick. Okay, let's take a look. Poplio, what are you doing? Here you are. Let's put you over here with the on the level team. Lana, docile nature, perfectly fine. And IV wise, all right. Special attack is a bit of an unfortunate thing, but beyond that, it's not bad. So yeah, I'm okay with this. I think with that, I'm good for today. There's like a bunch more stuff I can do. But I'm feeling my throat becoming sore. I do need to get some groceries still, and I'm getting asked if I can pick up my wife because the bus traffic here is atrocious apparently at the moment.
But that is good to know for now. That is good for now. I've made a good bit of progress. I'm very happy with where I ended up. And the Poplio is a very good topper for this part of the game. So for now, I thank you all for watching. I thank you all for joining. Let me actually bring you over to someone else's stream, because it is fair to bring... Because I do want to share this. I want to share this a bit. I think it's only fair. So, let's see if there's any Run and Bun streamers going on. Let's see. Ooh, that's someone I actually follow, so I can actually give you guys... Nice. Alright, well, I'm gonna bring you over to a follower of mine, Thomas. He actually managed to get to New Game Plus, meaning he already beat Run and Bun, like a little bit over, like last week or so, I believe. That's what he said, and he's currently at Winona. He's going a lot faster than I am because he's using speed up and I'm not sure how much he streams, but more than I am. I'm doing like 1 a week or so. So yeah, I'll bring you over there. And we're gonna braid, what is it, Thomas 0078. And for everyone that's gonna stick around for there, thank you for watching. And until next time, see you around.